Good evening. Today is Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023. The time is 5 p.m. and the regular meeting of the following will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets Successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez.
Buenas tardes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Here.
Councilmember Irving.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Present.
Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the introduction to public comments. Before I do that, Madam Clerk, are there any requests?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Then we'll go ahead and move on to the declaration of closed session items by our city attorney, Mr. D. Bortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We have 6 items this evening. They are all property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The property information as well as the negotiating parties are all set forth on the agenda. To the extent there is reportable action, we will report it either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
All right, thank you very much. All right, with that said, we're going to go ahead and recess to closed session. We are in recess to closed session. We'll resume open session at 6 p.m.
Excuse me.
know some people, look at my baby, you wanna hold it? No. I've been there. I kicked my foot, I said, I've been there. Step my foot. Well, against myself. Against myself. Step my foot. I I can be I want them.
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023. The time is 6 p.m. We are resuming the open session of our regular meeting, the following of which will come to order. The Victorville City Council and the same council also sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the City as Housing Assets successor, Joint Powers Financing Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Councilmember Harriman,
Here.
Councilmember Irving.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to our closed session announcements by our City Attorney, Mr. DeBortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. We had 6 closed session items this evening, all dealing with property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. Information regarding the negotiating parties and the property in question is all set forth on the agenda. At this time, there is no reportable action with respect to any of those 6 items.
All right, thank you very much. All right, moving on to our invocation. We're going to be led in prayer this evening by Elder Darrell Scott of Burning Bush Church. That'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Police Captain John Wickham. If everyone will please rise if you're able.
Good evening, everyone. If you bow your heads. Dear kind, gracious Heavenly Father, we've come before the throne of grace this evening just saying thank you, Lord. Thank you that we are able to come together in this hall, Father God, giving you praise, honor, and glory. Father, we thank you tonight for this city council, Father God, over the great city of Victorville. Father, I ask that you would give each of them the discernment and the wisdom to understand the importance of what they do, God, and that they do it with great honor and joy, Father God. to see the city of Victorville grow into what they envision the future to be for our children and their children. Father, I ask a special blessing over every first responder. Father God, those that are in the room and those that are on the streets, that you would cover them and keep them and protect them, God, as they serve this city. Father, I thank you for each and every person that comes to Victorville and comes to thrive and comes to grow. Continue to bless us. In Christ Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Elder, for being with us. We appreciate it. Thank you, Captain Wickham. All right, we're now going to move on to the presentation of the agenda and any revisions there. Proclamations and our special presentations. Madam Clerk, I'm going to give this over to you at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start with having Chief Foster and Mr. Metzler meet me down near the podium.
Thank
All right. Would you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, David Foster, solemnly swear,
that I will support and defend
support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith
of faith,
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
Constitution of the United
and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely
States freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will, well and faithfully, discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Metzler, will you please pen the chief? Next, can I please have Captain Hauer and his wife Yvonne Hauer, and Captain Sutton with his wife Julie Sutton. could raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
That I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the State of California,
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will,
that I will,
well and faithfully,
well and faithfully,
discharge the duties
discharge the duty
upon which I'm about to enter.
on which I'm about to.
Please pen the captains. Can I please have Engineer O'Connell and his wife Courtney O'Connell and Engineer Noriega and his wife Vicky Noriega please come forward? Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear
Nicholas Noriega, do swear
that I will support and defend
I will support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of California
the State of California,
against all enemies,
all enemies.
foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith
I will bear true faith,
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the State,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or evasion,
and that I will,
that I will,
well and faithfully,
well and faithfully,
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you. Go ahead and please pen the engineers.
Now that's the way to start a meeting. Congratulations, everyone. We're so proud of you. All right, now, Madam Clerk, will you kindly present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
We still have an additional presentation, Madam
Oh,
Mayor.
yes. Boy, I've been doing that all night. Yes, please. Thank you. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We actually have a brief presentation from some members of our code enforcement team. They want to share a program with you and also express some sincere thanks for the support that you've offered our code enforcement program. So with that.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for allowing our department the opportunity to briefly share with you a program that we have put in place that would recognize employees along with individuals outside our organization for going above and beyond their daily duties. For those of you I've not met, I'm Rob Carter, one of the supervisors for the Code Compliance Division, and with me is Elise Jansen, also a supervisor within the division. The two of us together oversee daily operations within code enforcement. A few months ago, we started looking into ways that will increase morale and recognize employees that have displayed exceptional service. One program that intrigued us was the military's challenge coin. Not only would it be a way to recognize individuals that have gone beyond the call of duty, but it would also leave behind a token of our appreciation. We recently shared this idea along with the final product to executive staff who were thrilled with the outcome and what it brings to our department. With support of executive staff, we wanted to share this outside of our department and asked if we could present this program in front of City Council tonight. At this time, I'd like to hand it over to Elise, who has put together a brief presentation that will go into further detail as well as highlight key areas of the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drop this down about 3 feet. Hello, thank you, Rob, for the introduction. As I stated, my name is Elise Jansen, and I'm one of the two code enforcement supervisors with the City of Victorville. Thank you all for allowing us to share with you today the program that we've decided to build to help recognize outstanding. So a brief history on challenge coins. Traditionally, these have been given to prove membership, boost morale, and feature cultural attributes of an organization. These create a sense of pride and membership within a community or a team. These were once called portrait medals or portrait medallions during the Renaissance era, and these were used to commemorate specific events noteworthy of memorialization. The portrait medallion or medal from the Renaissance era embodied quintessential values and gravitas of character of individuals and events. It was then adopted by military and law enforcement agencies to recognize proof of exemplary actions or behaviors of an individual or a unit. The idea has since trickled down to other branches of government, including us. So how do we keep our coins? Coins are transferred from leadership to an individual, usually through a traditional handshake. Once this coin is in this individual's possession, they can keep it on their person and carry it as a constant reminder of the core values that they accepted to live by. If they don't carry it with them, they can also leave it out and on display in their workstation to display the values that they wish to demonstrate. At the end of this presentation, we would like to honor the 5 of you with one of these coins. Our plan and practice for this program of recognition is to observe behaviors by a member of our leadership team or by a team member to which they would disclose this observation to the leadership team. We'd like to organize moments of public acknowledgement to these individuals to demonstrate job well done. And this act of public acknowledgement is supposed to reinforce the individuals of their behavior. And of course, we like to have pizza, but jokes aside. So the Code Compliance Department Challenge Coin Program provides an opportunity for leaders to exchange a token of appreciation for support beyond what is expected. The challenge coins will be utilized to recognize our code compliance officers, including our animal control division, and our support staff for moments where they go above and beyond the call of duty, when they've demonstrated terrific customer service or dedication, overcoming challenging situations, or when they've added value to our organization. These coins are built by the team for the team. We built ours by creating a survey. We had all of our officers give us a list of words that they felt were core values of our organization or core values that they would like to build upon in our organization. Then we voted on them and we landed on 3: integrity, adaptability, and professionalism. These coins are used as reminders of our team values. These coins have been issued to executive staff for their efforts, for their guidance, and for their support. and the expansion of our department, and to help us meet the goals for our community. We would also like to give one of these coins to each of our council members for your guys' support with the implementation of Measure P and the expansion of our division. Some final thoughts that I wanted to go through real quick was just that there is ample scientific research that shows that staff who feel that they're appreciated will amplify their efforts. Recognition leads to engagement, engagement leads to commitment, commitment leads to successful and positive relationships both internally and throughout our community. Small efforts can have huge impacts on each individual. So we came up with a method, we borrowed it from research, that it's time to rise up. And RISE is a method, and it stands for R, meaning regular, frequent recognition builds a sense of community. I stands for immediate, which marks the desired behaviors in the moment that they happen. Specific highlights those behaviors so that they're clearly understood by the individual. And encouraging. This encouragement builds a sense of teamwork, and demonstration of encouragement from leadership seeps into how the team treats each other. So if you guys wouldn't mind, if the 5 council members would please make your way down here. We'd like to honor you all with one of our challenge coins.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you for your continued support.
Thank you.
Voluntary.
So I just went up to shake a hand. It had been some months since I had seen Mr. Carter, and we shook hands, and I wasn't expecting at that moment to receive this. I have to tell you, this is beautiful. And we can certainly tell that a lot of thought went into this. This is going to be treasured. I'm most certain by all of us. Thank you again. And we're so happy to do the work that we do for you and to support you and this city. Thank you. All right, so let's try this the third time, Madam Clerk. Would you please present the agenda and any revisions thereto?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are no revisions to the agenda this evening.
All right, thank you. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is going to be adjourned in memorial to Lucio Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez was and will ever be a beloved man in our community. He was a man all about faith and family. He worked honestly and diligently. He ran the race of life well for 105 years. Our sincere condolences to his family and friends. May his Lord, our Lord, comfort you and lift you up with his tender touch, and may beautiful memories of a life lived uprightly help sustain you. in the days ahead. All right, moving on to our conflict of interest declarations. Council members? Hearing and seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move on to the introduction to public comments. Before I do that, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, well, everyone, welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the Council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the Council's established policies and procedures and Government Codes Sections 549, 57.9, and .95. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the Council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Those who desire to comment on a public hearing item may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing item has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the Council. Although open meeting laws do not permit Council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by Council members when discussing the particular agenda item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request the staff report back to the Council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual council members who speak as a member of the public do so without the semblance or presumption of authority derived from his or her public office and are subject to the same meeting rules of conduct and decorum as all other public participants. Once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number that will be addressed or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Robert Richardson on a non-agendized item.
Good evening, Mr. Richardson, and welcome to our meeting.
Also, Mayor and the Council, I thank God that I'm here today. A little tired, but I'm here. I've been before this council before many times. And my comments today are kind of negative. To wake up in your home and there's a drone looking through your window and in your backyard is a funny feeling. And I came before code enforcement to ask them, are there any rules and regulations concerning this? Thank you. They said no. I was very disappointed because Los Angeles have rules concerning this item. Somebody can look through your window and nothing can be done. That has to be answered. Now, last time I was here, I complained about trouble that people had moved in my neighborhood, and right across the street from me, these people cut down a tree.
Mr. Richardson, if you could kindly address the council.
And put all the tree, they chipped it up real nice, put it in their front lawn. And all of that was blowing over into my lawn. So in order for me to try and paint my front yard, I do it every year, I couldn't do it anymore. I came to code enforcement. I said, we're going to make him take that up. Today is a year and a half that I was with this court complaining about this. Those chips has rotted, and now bugs are coming. It's just, Victorville, I've been here for over 32 years. 32 years, and things look like it's getting worse. And if you come into my neighborhood, you can see the grass on top of rock, 2 feet high. This is constant. You see, and the idea that I have today, I have to move. I have to get out of this neighborhood. I loved Victorville for me to be here 32 years. But I'm depressed about all of this mess going on. And I do call in. And the answer I get, we will send somebody out.
Your time is up.
Mr. Richardson, we appreciate you. Thank you for living in Victorville 32 years. I would encourage you to contact the city clerk's office and see if there can be some follow-up for you. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk.
I have no additional speakers, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. With that said, the chair closes the public comment period. We're now going to move on to our first business and bring the item back to the council. We're going to now move on to our first business in order, which is public hearings, beginning with item number 1. This is approved 3 state-funded projects in cycle 11 of the Highway Safety Improvement Program and notices of exemption. Mr. Metzler, will you introduce the item, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item involves funds that were awarded to the city this last March in the order of about $786,000. And these funds actually come from the HSIP program, a state administered program, where those funds are to be used to help make improvements to streets and highways throughout California. In our particular case, and we do this on a routine basis where we apply for these types of funds to enhance our local roadway system, we were awarded funds to effectively spend those funds on 3 different projects, one being a traffic signalization project at Village Drive in Puesta del Sol, another one being the installation of rectangular rapid flashing beacons, and then also for all 96 of our traffic signals throughout the city, installing retroreflective borders and backplates to effectively enhance the visibility of the traffic signal heads. So with that, this item effectively accepts the grants, does also require or identifies a required match of about $98,500. We're not identifying a fiscal impact this late in the fiscal year because effectively we can accomplish the appropriations through the budget process, which we will. So with that, this would enable us to get started as the notice of exemption is effectively one of the starting points to move this project forward. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Brian Gangler. He's available for any technical questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct a public hearing, receive testimony regarding the proposed project, and approve the following projects and respective notices of exemption: traffic signal installation at Village Drive and Puesta del Sol Drive project, rectangular rapid flashing beacon installation project, and retro reflective borders for back plates of 96 traffic signals.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to move on to technical questions for clarification as it relates directly to the staff report. And we're going to begin with Member Gomez.
How often does Victorville receive data pertinent to city traffic accidents as described in the item?
Madam Mayor, if I might, I'd like Brian Gangler, city engineer, to address that question.
We receive accident data from the state. It's called SWITRS, the statewide integrated traffic reporting system. And it's not always a regular reception of the data, but typically every month or so we will get data from the state. and that is what we utilize for our accident records.
Is there any staff or communication between the Highway Safety Improvement Program and the city to ensure a close monitoring of any data that supports identification of crash reductions?
Okay, so before you answer that, Member Gomez, I want to make sure that we're staying on target with this. I think that's a reasonable question, but we don't want to stray too far from the actual intent of this agenda item.
So the HSIP program has definite guidelines on the data that is analyzed, which includes accident data. And largely the projects are supported by that data. It's a highly technical set of guidelines, and all that data is backup for the applications that we submit in the hope of getting a grant for a safety project.
And there's a couple of bulleted points in the items in the report. Would staff be able to identify the areas where those bullet points will be receiving the maximum benefit or advantage of what may be approved tonight?
Well, in the agenda item, there were a couple of attachments which showed the location of the traffic one showed the location of the traffic signal at Village Drive in Puesta del Sol. The other one showed some locations for the flashing beacons. We did not show all the traffic signal locations. That'd be a pretty big map, but basically that'd be all the traffic signals in the city.
Okay, thank you. And what types of visibility was particularly something that we needed to improve? Meaning, in the reporting, it says that there was visibility that was required. So I was thinking, was it nighttime? Were they, and I'm talking about the yellow retroreflective borders.
So the manual on uniform traffic control devices was revised, and this is a new standard for the backplates on the traffic signals. So we're just upgrading it in compliance with the new standard.
Oh, thank you. And majority of the flashing beacons seem to be in particular districts. I don't know if there's more forthcoming, and these were the ones that were selected.
All of them are in the vicinity of a school. That's the common factor.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
All right, Member Harriman, questions as to the staff report.
I have no questions.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
I do, thank you. Mr. Metzler, I did notice that it said we were approved for 3 of 4. And I read where it said Village at Clovis was not approved. We gonna go back with this project, or are we gonna fund, what's the status of that project?
Well, I'd say first, we're always looking for other people's money to help fund any improvements. And so certainly that would be the case here, is pursuing this funding to eventually further that installation, unless there's other funding available, Brian, that you may be able to think of that I'm not aware of.
That is our intent. We want to reapply next year in the hope that we would get that grant.
Okay. And then, the reflective border on the back plates, was Civic at Seneca a pilot project? I noticed it coming in.
Yeah, actually, it was.
Okay. So if you want to see what it's gonna look like, Civic at Seneca has it already. Looks good.
Yeah, thanks.
Great job to your staff for getting all this money. Great.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And the chair has no questions on this. And I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing to receive public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that said, the chair closes the public hearing. We're going to move on to the reading of the title of the ordinance, Madam Clerk.
Just one moment, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
This item doesn't have an ordinance attached to it. It's item 2 that does.
Oh, to receive, open and conduct a public hearing to receive comments regarding ordinance number 2436. I'm sorry, and point number 3 is to introduce ordinance number 2436.
We're on item 1, Madam Mayor.
Oh my goodness. I'm just off target tonight, aren't I? All right, with that said, we're going to go ahead and, my goodness, move on to ask the council for a motion.
Madam Mayor, move to adopt staff recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion.
No discussion.
All right, Member Harriman.
No discussion.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Not at the moment, thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra? Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And again, my apologies to the audience. I think I want to run through this agenda quicker than it's meant to be. All right, moving on to item number 2. This is the repeal of uncodified ordinance number 1460 and resolution number 90-158 storm drainage benefit fee system.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item particularly little unusual in nature in that we identified recently that we had adopted many years ago, back in 1990, I believe, an ordinance, but for whatever reason, the actual ordinance did not get codified into our municipal code. And so that's why you see the term or the phraseology uncodified ordinance. But effectively what this item is doing is, as it relates to us last year having adopted our new development impact fees, this action item actually creates a much more clear framework for us to be able to implement and collect the new development impact fees that have been put in place. So with that, largely a correcting item, but this item has been authored by your Deputy City Manager, Ms. Janelle Davidson, and she's certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct a public hearing to receive comments regarding ordinance number 2436, repealing ordinance number 1460, an ordinance establishing a benefit fee system to finance the cost of construction of storm drain improvements for northern and central Victorville, and directing the non-codification of the ordinance. Find the repeal of ordinance number 1460 exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to section 15378B5 of the CEQA guidelines. Introduce ordinance number 2436 for adoption and first reading by title only. Waive further public reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2436 and adopt resolution number 23-029 repealing resolution number 90-158 requiring payment of the storm drain fee in the area of benefit established by Victorville City Council ordinance number 1406 and directing the recording of the resolution.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification. This time we're going to begin with Member Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No, I think I understand. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. What areas are considered the northern and central areas of Victorville?
The northern areas of Victorville, I would say, are along the north boundary, which is effectively your Stoddard Wells, National Trails, Airport, maybe even getting into some of the Village Drive area, north of, say, Amargosa. Central, I'd say south of that, south of Village Amargosa, going southerly to, say, Palmdale Road. And I would call that central, maybe even Nisqually, I'd call that central.
Thank you. Will ordinance number 2436 be in place of ordinance number 1406?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you. And were storm drain fees that were not codified returned to the clients who suffered what I would consider an unlawful collection?
Well, these would be for fees that are collected by development, not individuals. Effectively, they're capital improvements not assessed, charged at the permit, building permit issuance. And effectively, those monies then get used to pay for capital improvements case of storm drain, it'd be for storm drain related purposes.
Are there any plans to conduct arrears for those clients who paid the fees for the full time of the allotment for the operation without, that we can think or that we're going to include in this agenda, or is it already added in here and it's just not, but I just didn't see it.
The answer is no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Metzler, it was said that they were unlawfully charged. When a homeowner buys a new home and all the fees are assessed to it, and they tell you how much the new home costs, and you borrow that money, you're basically saying, okay, yeah, you can charge me that much for the house? Because the diff fees are attached to that house, correct?
TIF fees do get charged in connection with the overall construction of the home. If the term unlawful was used, I would disagree with the use of that in this application because all fees have to go through a lawful adoption process where you effectively go through a study, establish a nexus, and establish then from the nexus a fee that's charged on a unitary basis.
So when a homeowner buys a new home, as you said, these are all new home builders, you accept those fees, correct? Because they're attached to the house. The builder did not pay those out of the goodness of his heart. He attached them to your home you bought.
It's part of the overall cost of construction, and just to be clear, it's not just home construction. It would apply to commercial development and industrial development.
Thank you very much, sir. No further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, and the chair has no questions on this item. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for public testimony. Madam Clerk, are there any requests?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right, the chair closes the public hearing. Now, Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of the ordinance 2436?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville, California, repealing in its entirety uncodified ordinance number 1460, which previously established a benefit fee system to finance drainage improvements and directing the non-codification of said ordinance.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair now invites a motion from the council as to points 2 through 5, as we have already disposed of point number 1.
So moved, Madam Mayor, to accept.
Yes. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
No discussion.
Thank you, and the chair has no discussion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action to adopt staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda, points 2 through 5. Moving on now to the consent calendar items 3 through 10.
I have comments or questions on 3, 7, 8, and 9.
Okay, as long as they're brief, and while we're at it, any other council members?
I have a comments on number 4. This comment.
Okay.
For number 3, my question is,
One moment, Member Gomez. Okay. Number 3, go ahead, Member Gomez.
are these grants used in concert with businesses who participate and collect the used oil from the public?
Okay, I'd like Mr. Matthews to answer that question as he's more familiar with the program than I am.
Thank you. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Are these grants used in concert with businesses who participate and collect used oil from the public?
Yeah, these are for the sites that collect used oil from the public.
Thank you. Question number 7. For the funding dollars allocated to public entities risk, is this also something in regards to the PERMA coverage that includes employee practices liabilities and employee benefits?
I'm sorry, can you restate that question?
Yes, this is for number 7, commercial demand schedule number 20. So I saw the word public entity risk management, and I'm associating it with PERMA coverage. And some examples that I see of PERMA is employee practices liability and employee benefits. So I just wanted to see if that's what it's relating to.
Not employee benefits, but we do rely on PERMA for insurance.
And number 8, what is the second to last highest paid employee in the city based on the title as seen for employee 3720?
Can you restate that question, please?
Yes, so number 8 is the payroll warrant list.
Mhm.
I saw 2 high paid employees. I could just imagine one of them, but I can't imagine the second to last. So I was wondering if by title, not by name, 3720.
Member Gomez, hold on just a moment. Mr. Metzler, I believe this falls into the area of confidential information to disclose the actual name.
Yeah, disclosing the name would be a violation of personal privacy rights.
Yeah, and in my question, it wasn't name, it was title, but if you refuse to or don't want to, I don't have trouble, I'm just asking.
Mr. Metzler, that's at your discretion.
What I can tell you is that everything that's contained in this payroll warrant is done so consistent with our adopted budget. And the variation in the numbers has there's a whole bunch of different reasons why the numbers can vary. I will give you an example, and not recalling the exact period of time that we're dealing with right now, but we had been required to put a policy in place because we did have audit findings a few years ago for where we were allowing the accrual of vacation leave to accrue too greatly. And so we actually did administer a policy to make sure that if vacation wasn't being used, it was being cashed out so as to avoid unnecessary high balances. And so this time of year, as we speak here today, is in fact around the period of time where employees are required to either use their vacation or cash out so that we can stay below the established threshold. So that very well could be contributing to the varying degree of numbers that you're seeing here.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Number 9, were settlements only administratively done by the city, or were they also included with the San Bernardino County courts?
Well, this is a settlement agreement that has been before the council. It's a matter that has been presented to you and agreed to. It's a civil agreement, so I don't believe there's any courts involved in this particular. But Mr. DeBortnowski is, of course, the author on that item, and he can answer better than I.
That is correct. This is a settlement negotiated between two parties in order to avoid further court proceedings.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you have a comment on item number 4.
Yes, just the stats for Public Works, and those of you who know it's dear to my heart. Mr. Matthews, tell the guys, I'm gonna put my glasses. Tell the guys, great job, reading all the stats and everything. Summer months are here and they're gonna be cooking. Good luck and thank you for all the hard work they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, at this time, a motion is in order for the council and the council acting in its various boards of directors to approve action on consent calendar items 3 through 10 in accordance with the recommendations presented on the agenda.
So moved.
We have a first. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the council and the council acting in its various capacities has adopted the recommendations presented on the agenda. We're now going to move on to our next business in order, which is written communications, beginning with item number 11. This is amendment number 1 to the General Services Provider Standard Agreement with Univar Solutions USA Incorporated for the annual supply of sodium hypochlorite. Hope I got that right. Mr. Metzler, will you tee up the item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This is an item effectively where we're asking to extend an existing contract by amending a services agreement so that we can purchase additional supply of sodium hypochlorite, which you said that properly, but the easier way to say it is chlorine, because that's effectively what that chemical is. And this chemical is necessary as a part of our overall water operation. You have a number of well systems throughout the city, where as a function of disinfecting, that's effectively what the chlorine is doing. It's disinfecting the water to bring it to a drinkable standard. We install, or we have chlorine systems installed at wellheads throughout the city. So this effectively provides us with the supply of chlorine necessary to actually disinfect the water. This is a more cost-effective way of disinfecting the water. Alternative ways could be through ultraviolet disinfection, but considering the number of well sites that we have throughout the city, it would be a much more costly and expensive way to do it. So with that, the author on this item is your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That the Honorable Victorville Water District Board of Directors approve Amendment Number 1 to the General Services Provider Standard Agreement by and between Victorville Water District and Univar Solutions USA, Inc. for the annual supply of sodium hypochlorite, Project CC 22-012.
Thank you.
Sorry, 102.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, technical questions for clarification as to the staff report, beginning with Member Gomez.
Yes, has the city considered other options for disinfecting aside from using chlorine? Maybe done some research and obtain information, see what other approaches are being done?
We always explore all kinds of options, but this is what we are allowed to do so in our permit.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
Welcome.
I have none.
Thank you, Member Irving.
No, ma'am, I don't have any.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
We follow state mandates of how the water has to test, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You asked my question.
I
All right. The chair is now going to invite a motion from the Victorville Water District Board of Directors.
motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Is that to adopt?
Adopt.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
No question.
Thank you. Member Irving.
No, thank
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes, I didn't see any data showing the amounts of chlorine required. Maybe that would be something that would be nice to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
No, none.
Thank you. And the chair has none. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the Victorville Water District Board of Directors has adopted the recommendation as presented on the agenda. Moving on now to item number 12. This is the purchase of 5 liquid-filled pad-mounted transformers. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As we operate under the guise of VMIS, which is the Victorville Municipal Utility Services, we do operate an electric system, electric distribution system out at the Southern California Logistics Airport, along with at the Foxborough Industrial Park. We distribute largely through a 12 kV system, and that's the distribution level of power. Serving as the system beyond lines, we do have transformers responsible for breaking down the electrical power to manageable levels where your customers can actually accept that power and bring the power into the building and actually consume the power of the electricity. And with that, we have through our system almost 49 or 50, approximately 50 transformers in our system. And this item is really intended to buy additional transformers in large part to inventory, just to help improve the reliability. Say, for example, if transformer goes down, perhaps there's an accident, or because there's such a long lead time, and that's a big reason why this item is before you, is if there's development needing transformers, the lead time on that can actually delay ultimate completion of a project. So this gives us ultimate flexibility either in the event of accident or in the event of need, in being able to provide a transformer as opposed to relying on or depending on the supply chain challenges that we currently are. So with that, this item has been authored by your Director of Electric Utility Services, Ms. Brenda Hampton. She is in the audience and she is available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
The Honorable City Council approve the purchase of 5 liquid-filled pad-mounted transformers from Hitachi Energy USA, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $542,461.31, and a sole source arrangement with Hitachi Energy USA, Inc. for the purchase of electric utility distribution equipment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to questions for clarification as it relates directly to the staff report. Member Harriman.
City manager already answered all my questions.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Question?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No question.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
Are any of the transformers that the city currently has, are they a part of the cost that we've seen in the agenda, or is that only the purchase of the 5 and we can have a different amount?
This item that's identified in the staff report, the 542,000, is for these transformers specifically. I think it's important to note that these transformers are being paid for out of the electric utility enterprise and has been rate planned. So it is actually identified in a rate plan as a capital need, as a capital expenditure. And effectively, we derive rates from that rate plan to be able to pay for these types of costs.
Okay, is the cost of the transformer absorbed by the ratepayer?
Yes.
And what funding sources are being considered for this purchase?
As I just mentioned, it's the Victorville Electric Utility Enterprise Fund 420.
And that's the only one?
Yes.
Thank you. And are we expecting further purchases of similar items due to this agenda item that we may expect for the item before us?
At this time, yes.
And do the costs include the storage fee? And if they do include the storage fee, is that only for the period of the 3 years? And what happens thereafter? Does it come back here?
You're speaking to a storage fee. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was reading there's 2 storage fees for different wattage. So I don't know if that was inclusive in the item with the pay, or is that something that we would forego in the meantime?
Where exactly are you at in the agenda?
Do you have the page number, Member Gomez?
So item 12. I don't have the page number, but I know it talks about two types of storage fees depending on wattage. And I was wondering if that storage transformer rating weekly storage fee, there it is. So it's it says, I think it's 15 of 20. Yeah, 15 of 20. It's in blue, in green. Weekly storage fee, $375 per week per transformer, $425 per week per transformer. Storage fees.
Page 219 of the agenda.
Yeah, so that's speaking to the transportation and the physical delivery of these transformers, and it's speaking to provisions in the contract that if we, for whatever reason, don't accept the transformers or unable to accept the transformers, they would charge a fee for the storage. But we are prepared to accept these transformers the minute they're constructed, manufactured, and delivered to us, and we have sufficient space at the airport to accept these transformers and actually put them in our inventory.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
And the chair has no questions and invites a motion from the council.
Move to adopt staff recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Discussion on the pending motion. Member Irving.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
Yeah, so just to clarify, that storage fee would be just like the wellness center buildings if in fact we didn't use them and the manufacturer had to store them before they came.
Correct.
Thank you, Member Harriman. All right, Member Gomez.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Thank you, and the chair has none. Chair closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. So the council has just taken action to adopt staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Moving on to item number 13, this is the General Services Provider Agreement between Mission Ambulance Incorporated, DBA Mission Aviation Fire Rescue, and the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority for Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Services Project, CC 23-088. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is brought to you by your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray. This item is involving a general service provider agreement, the same type of agreement that's actually providing for the same services, the identical services that are currently being provided today by Mission Aviation. And effectively, Mission Aviation is responsible for staffing the station out at the airport and per the conditions of the FAA certificate allowing the airport authority to operate the airport, they're providing the required aircraft rescue and firefighting services. So effectively, they are staffing the operation, operating the apparatus, the aircraft rescue apparatus, and effectively providing that crash rescue service on the airport grounds. And so with that, this item is effectively, after having gone through a solicitation process, is extending the relationship with Mission Aviation for another 5 years. And so with that, again, the author on this item is your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray, certainly available for any questions or comments you might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
That your Honorable Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve the award of a General Services Provider Standard Agreement to Mission Ambulance, Inc., DBA Mission Aviation Fire Rescue, in the amount not to exceed $7,814,420 for aircraft rescue and firefighting services, Project CC 23-088.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to technical questions for clarification. The chair wishes to offer a friendly reminder that this item, the intent of it really is to award the agreement. So with that said, we're going to begin with Member Irving.
Thank you very much. I do have some questions. I find this a little interesting. This $7 million, or roughly $8 million, that's over a course of 5 years, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. And when this RFP went out, it's clearly identified in the backup material that there are 9 firms that are based in the United States. I noticed that there are only 2 firms that responded. Of those 9, how many are in California?
Mr. Ray would actually know better than I.
Okay. Because we're already doing business with Mission Aviation, so we're just kind of extending the contract.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to.
Sorry.
I want to assure you, we reached and threw out the widest net that we could, all the way out internationally, looking at any companies that provide the service. And what we found is that as of right now, there are only 2 major players in the country, and one's out of Florida, one's out of Wisconsin. The small company is the one that we're doing business with now out of Corona. There were several other companies that had provided the service, but have chosen not to. So we can go through a list of those, but I've got that data if you want that. But they're doing business primarily in Australia and Europe.
Okay, well, I guess what struck me as interesting, or piqued my interest, was best value bidder, and that is why it caught my attention.
Sure.
So I guess we have to do business with whom we can do business. But thank you very much.
Ma'am.
Thank you, Member Irving. Mayor Pro Tem.
We're having trouble finding firefighters, correct? Not having trouble. We're throwing out a net also to bring firefighters to the city, correct?
The answer is yes, the entire industry is constrained, especially at the firefighter paramedic level.
And this firefighter unit is up by 1.0 because it has to be FAA certified, correct?
So it's a slightly different scope, qualification, expertise, that we would require, say, for city fire, as an example. But probably the best parallel I can draw is with respect to their medical service capability. In the case of Mission Aviation, they are not ALS certified paramedics. They're actually EMTs, and so they can do only basic life support, and that's effectively because the airport and the conditions it operates under doesn't require ALS paramedic related service. So there are distinct differences. We have seen experience, though, for example, where we've seen folks graduate from the Mission Aviation. I can think of one that's actually graduated from their program and actually graduated into being a Victorville member of the Victorville Fire Department.
But if we have an issue at the base, oh, I'm sorry, at the airport, sorry, we're gonna also respond to as Victorville Fire Department, correct?
That is correct. So I think just to try to summarize it, and Mr. Ray can correct me when I'm wrong or if I'm wrong. But for incidents that, and really the primary response for Mission Aviation is inside the fence line, as we would call it, on airport. And so they're waiting for that alarm. It could be engine out, it could be, emergency landing, whatever the case might be. They're going to be responding and standing by first because they're the closest responder. But there is going to be a dispatch call for Victorville Fire, and Victorville Fire will be rolling. And in fact, we have protocols in place that actually enables or allows Victorville Fire to physically get through the secure fence and actually to the scene. So you'll actually have, in any of those incidents, 2 fire service responders. Now, there is a protocol in place for off airport, and effectively for, say, a traffic collision that might take place at Air Expressway and Phantom. Even though Mission Aviation geographically is closer to that incident, there is a protocol in place, and in large part it has to do with the difference in certification that they have. And so if it's a traffic collision that requires medical attention, Victorville Fire is going to respond. They'll be the first call for response to that incident. And then the protocol exists to where if Victorville Fire is not available or maybe attending to a fire somewhere else in the city and we just don't have enough available units, then we have protocol in place where County Fire would then respond next, only in the event to where Victorville Fire or County Fire as an auto aid responder, only in the event where those 2 can't respond, could then Mission Aviation be requested by Victorville Fire to attend to that particular call. Mission Aviation's primary focus is incidents on the airport.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Gomez.
Yes. Mr. Ray, earlier in your explanation of service, when you were speaking about, I believe it's ARFF services to SCLA, were you alluding that there was a very minimum outreach in terms of getting a response, even though there was a wide net cast, because there isn't enough, I would call vendors or agencies that can supply the need that we're seeking at SCLA?
I think we're saying the same thing in a different way. We cast a really wide net. We did a very detailed internet search to find anyone at any company in the world that had any affiliations with the provision of our services. We knew of the 3 companies that were most prominent in this industry, but we also sought to get quotes from anybody else. So we sent them emails or called them. And again, we went to the preeminent institution for ARF services, and that's the American Association of Airport Executives, ARF Working Group. We advertised with them. We advertised with the American Association of Airport Executives locally as well as on the internet. We really tried to draw up a large solicitation. We were disappointed, as it sounds like you are as well. We had another local company called Capstone, but unfortunately that company was recently bought out by Rural, which is one of our two companies. So they bought them out, and the other companies, like I said, had stopped doing that level of service. So there was one other large player called Protec, and for whatever reason, they missed it. So I spoke with their president. He apologized. He said, Eric, I just plain missed it. He said, my staff just didn't catch the advertisement. I sent the emails. He said, yeah, just missed it. So rest assured, we've done all we can to cast the wide net to get the interest in our project.
Thank you. Is this a request for services for exclusive services to certain SCLA tenants that have to deal with mission aviation fire rescue services? I asked that because I read the report 3 times and it's not something that I could wrap my head. There was a lot of terms that seem to be very specialized. All I would capture is some of the things that are being stated with the need to have certain services. So can you make it succinct in your terminology so I can better understand?
Sure. Inside the fence, where there is an aircraft accident or any type of incident that relates to an aircraft, there is large volumes of fuel that are stored at the airport. Those are the kind of emergencies, first and foremost, that this service provider would provide services to. They also do certain inspection services for us and a number of FAA required types of ancillary duties, but it's all supportive of aviation. That's the key. It's supportive of aviation. It's only assists city fire in things outside of the fence if called upon.
Okay, thank you. And there was a lot of terms as exclusive for contracting purposes. Did you say it was between ALS and EMT because certain ALS professionals may not have or will have the output of requirements, but EMTs may not have? That's why exclusive was used quite a few times.
In the staff report, the word
Yes, the word exclusive, it almost made it seem like only certain clientels would merit the need of this type of service. And it wasn't something that was to all SCLA because there was really no true need of it. That was my understanding with some of the verbiage.
This is an FAA requirement for us to provide this service, again, to our aeronautical users. So word exclusive notwithstanding, the intent is to meet our regulatory requirements and to provide the services to our aviation clients.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
So the way, correct me if I'm wrong. So the way I'm understanding it, the contract is really for 7.1 million. The 650,000 additional is if a tenant comes to you and says, I need special attention, but that gets reimbursed.
Yes, sir.
So the real out of pocket for the city is virtually the 7.164 million.
That's exactly right.
What the word exclusive is pertaining to.
Okay. That's exactly right.
I think
that's where she's coming from.
Yeah.
Thank you. But you're absolutely right. So let's just cement that down. The 7.1 is the real number, but we do get requests for additional services, particularly Boeing, where they want specific dedicated standby services. So this gives us a vehicle, a contracting vehicle by which to put the people out there, the firefighters out on that task, and then we not only recuperate, but we actually have a slight markup. So we'll recuperate our cost.
That was going to be my next question. Do we get a little markup on that?
We do. We generally shoot for around 15 to 20%.
Okay, excellent. Okay, thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you, Member Harriman. And the chair has no questions on this and invites a motion from the SCLA Board of Directors.
Madam Mayor, move to adopt staff recommendations.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. We're going to take discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Irving.
I don't have anything.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair has none and closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So the SCLA Board of Directors has adopted staff's recommendation pursuant to its posting as it's posted on the agenda. Moving on to item number 14. This is the termination agreement to dissolve the Southern California Logistics Rail Authority. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As a part of the reuse effort of Georgia Air Force Base, which is now Southern California Logistics Airport, we've embraced a number of visions over the years in terms of what that ultimate redevelopment would look like. And among those, one of those involved trying to develop it with direct rail service. You may be aware, you are aware, I should say, that we do have a large, they call it the racetrack, BNSF owned main line. It's actually a double tracked main line where goods and products are coming through our community, either going to the ports or from the ports out to the Midwest and states east of us here. A part of that vision involved is a part of our specific plan, ultimately building out a intermodal and multimodal facility, really with the intent of trying to better facilitate goods movement in and out of Southern California, freeing up congestion at the ports and the Southern California highway system. And that had been a vision that had been pursued for many, many years. I can recall many, many conversations with BNSF themselves as we had worked with them to try to get them to directly invest in the intermodal facility, which was envisioned to be along the eastern side of the airport. We had over time gone so far as actually to try to facilitate their investment, done some requisite or envisioned required offsite improvements, such as doing undercrossings, buying real estate, actually building a rail bed. However, since that time and given recent announcements, notwithstanding all of the effort to pursue that endeavor, it's pretty much been determined, given the recent announcement, that the larger intermodal facility for BNSF is actually going to build out at Barstow. There really is no more project as it relates to that intermodal, multimodal vision at SCLA. So with that being said, we had formed an organization, a JPA, called the Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, a JPA, where the members were the now defunct Victorville Redevelopment Agency, along with the SCLAA. And so with that, given that there is no project, we really questioned the purpose for SCLRA to continue to exist. And so with that, we don't believe there's a purpose for that organization to continue to exist. We've cleaned up its balance sheet, its assets and its liabilities to the point where it doesn't really serve any purpose anymore. So with that, both myself and I worked closely with the city attorney on this item to bring this arrangement before you, which effectively establishes a formal dissolution of the Southern California Logistics Rail Authority.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
That the Honorable City Council, Board of Directors for the successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, and the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority adopt resolution numbers 23-032, RSA 23-001, and SCLAA 23-007, approving the execution of a termination agreement to dissolve the Southern California Logistics Rail Authority and taking related actions.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to our technical questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report. We're going to begin with Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Member Gomez.
How long has the SCLRA been dissolved that has been pending council approval?
The SCLRA has not been dissolved. It won't be dissolved until this body takes an action.
So if I may reframe, it seems like it was ready to be resolved and it's been quite some time. So how long has it been, or was this just something we realized that needed to be dissolved and the books were closed and everything that we're bringing it today?
Well, we've believed for quite a few years now that it would be the possibility of having to dissolve the organization. I think, of course, the announcement and the commitment represented by BNSF to go into Barstow really kind of pushed or propelled this item forward to where really it made no sense to have a organization continuing to exist. We did have visions before that announcement as to whether or not we still needed the SCLRA because effectively the redevelopment agency went away and many of the properties were actually owned either by largely by the city of Victorville. So we've been envisioning it for some time, but I think the announcement is what kind of really pushed us to bring this forward.
So is this item also related to the RDA? I know the RDA dissolvement occurred in 2012 and we're waiting on that. So are they interrelated? It does talk about that in the report.
Not really, other than it's just identified, it's just mentioned as to how you actually come to the joint powers authority relationship, but the redevelopment agency is dissolved. There is a successor agency responsible for winding down the actual remaining affairs of that former RDA, but this doesn't factor into that.
Okay, so then the next question was RDA, has that been terminated? And I think you said yes, it has been. Oh, it hasn't been terminated, but it's winding down.
It's in a wind down mode, yeah, that's why you have the successor agency.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
So essentially, the Barstow intermodal is the icing on the cake to eliminate.
I would agree with that.
And does the city still, or do we own that property that that's there that was going to be the rail?
There were real estate assets that were owned. They have been largely transferred to the city. That will be something that we bring back in subsequent meetings, in large part because notwithstanding the vesting, and we'll have to correct the vesting as a lot of those properties are vested city of Victorville, we will bring back correcting vestings to actually transfer the ownership of those properties to the airport authority, because it was the airport authority using tax increment bonds that were largely financing all of the affairs or the activities of the rail authority. So we'll bring those back, and ultimately the properties that were owned to help make this project work will actually go to the SCLA.
Okay. All right. No other questions?
All right. Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving. Thank you. And the chair has no questions. The chair moves that the Victorville City Council and the boards of directors for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency and the SCLAA. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion, beginning with Member Irving. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
Do you think any of that property is ever going to be usable by anybody else?
Okay, so this is the time when we normally make comments on the pending
No
motion, but that's a reasonable question, Mr. Metzler.
There is some property that I do believe is usable. There is some property that I do believe is developable, and I do believe can serve other industrial type development.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and the chair has no comments on the pending motion. Closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving? Mayor Pro Tem Becerra? Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so the Victorville City Council and the boards of directors for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency and the SCLAA has adopted staff's recommendation as posted on the agenda. Moving on to item number 15. This is the real property donation agreement. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is dealing with the ultimate acceptance, if you're so inclined, of real estate. I guess the best way to describe it is at the very southwest corner of the Del Rey Elementary School, really just bordering the west side of their fence line. There's a very small piece of property that is actually adjacent to an actual walkway through a residence, a neighborhood, I should say, providing access through to the school. This happens to be less than 5,000 square foot piece of property that's actually adjacent to an existing water district well site. So we've been approached by the property owner. The property owner, because it's so small, doesn't have any interest or use for that property. We've been approached, asked if we'd be interested. We said yes, effectively, because it's adjacent to, and we can actually merge the property into our larger property. We did a phase one study just to make sure that there weren't any environmental concerns associated with the property. So with that, at this time, we don't see any reason to not accept. And so with that, we brought this item forward. If the council is so inclined to accept, we would accept this real estate under the ownership of the water district.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk.
That the Honorable Board of Directors adopt resolution number VWD 23-005, accepting a donation of real property to the Victorville Water District, and authorize the general manager to enter into a real property donation agreement with Sergio Carcelin.
Thank you. All right, questions for clarification as it relates to the staff report, Member Gomez.
Yeah, will the donation be recorded with the county where the property is?
Yes, there will be a recordation in the county's recorder's office.
Will the member who donated this have some kind of yearly tax in? You know how you contribute and we give them a tax write-off, anything like that?
I don't know anything about that. That would involve the individual's personal taxes.
And what, meaning from the city of Victorville? Did we consider anything like that, or the answer was it's still dependent upon the member, the property owner?
I'm not aware that we were asked, so I'm not aware that that was actually entertained.
Okay. And did the city pay for the lien on the property, and will the costs amount only to what we see in the 2022-2023 fiscal year? Nothing that, you know, potentially could crop up?
This item is not authorizing any payment of liens, so I'm not sure I understand where that's coming from.
In the report, it talks about having a lien, but the county being able to have paid or maybe uplift the lien. So that's where that information is gathered from.
Yeah, and so the context that you're reading is actually speaking to the history of the property, not involving us, speaking more so likely to how the current property owner acquired the property.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez.
You're welcome.
All right, Member Harriman.
Just for giggles, didn't the owner buy the property for $200 at one time?
The records that I have reviewed suggest that that was the last known purchase price for the property at a tax sale.
And from a visual, I would say, just for the audience, it's about maybe 100 square feet.
It's not a big piece of property.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Member Harriman. Member Irving. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No question.
Thank you, and the chair has none, invites a motion from the Victorville Water District Board of Directors.
Motion to approve staff's.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the pending motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
No.
Thank you, Member Harriman.
Nothing.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Not at the moment.
Thank you, Member Irving. And the chair has none. Chair closes the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving? Mayor Pro Tem Becerra? Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, so the Victorville Water District Board of Directors has taken action in accordance with the posting on the agenda. We're now going to move on to item number 16. This is the monthly mileage allowance for the mayor and mayor pro tem. As this was an item that I requested, Mr. Metzler, I'm going to ask you to tee up the item and then I will further tee it up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, resulting from your request, we did put this staff report together. We did include information that helps you understand what the actual code provisions are relating to this item, along with citing and summarizing for you spending policies that we have, just to offer you some additional guidance on this matter in helping facilitate your decision as to whether or not you want to include mileage allowances for council members. So with that, the author on this item is your city clerk, and she can answer the more technical details of this item.
Sure. And so with that, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, and then I'll further tee up the item.
Any action is at the discretion of your honorable city council.
All right, so with that said, the reason I requested this, and it really pained me to do this, I'm in my 5th year on the council, and I've, with the exception of one request recently, I have never submitted a request to be reimbursed for any business-related expenses to my duties as a mayor and a council member. And so we all appreciate that mileage costs have gone up significantly, fuel costs, wear and tear on cars has gone up, and excuse me, certainly interest rates have gone up. And with the increased duties of the mayor and mayor pro tem, there's much more driving that can be involved than one might expect. And I can say for myself that put me into an increased tier for insurance coverage. So although I know for at least the past year I've been intending to submit reimbursement requests for mileage, but it just never gets done. It always gets thrown down to the bottom of my priority list. So I don't think that there's really any real indication that I would ever get around to doing it. So I was thinking that this might be the most simple way for the council and the city to deal with this. In this way, the city would also know what it's budgeting for in terms of reimbursements. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and move on to questions for clarification. I'll begin with Member Gomez. And by the way, before I do that, my apologies. When I requested the item, I requested $250 per month in a mileage allowance for the mayor and $150 for the mayor pro tem. I since in the agenda review posed the question as to whether this allowance would be taxable, and with that answer, I got a yes. So I may move to increase that $50 per seat to help defray those costs, but I would certainly ask Mr. Metzler if that's would work within our budget. So with that said, Member Gomez, questions?
Yes. Is there a reason why the rest of the council wasn't included as part of doing duties outside to help their constituency?
Well, in my mind, I think, Mr. Metzler, if I'm not mistaken, everyone can submit requests for reimbursements. It's just that the duties of the mayor and mayor pro tem can, there's a requirement to do so much more than we normally do as in our capacities as council member alone.
And currently there's nothing in the policy that addresses the extra pay for mileage, is that correct?
Correct. That's the purpose of this agenda item. And if the council would be inclined to move forward with it, I would also request that the policy manual be updated at the next global review.
And we have policy items that I was looking through, and I perceived that it was for guidance as stated by Mr. Metzler, because I was going through each one of them and I couldn't understand why they were placed there and how they would aid for this agenda item. So if you don't mind helping me understand.
Well, I believe you're speaking to the council policy 12-01, which starts on page 308 of the agenda. And that largely there is to help identify that there is an expense reimbursement framework in place. And not just for mileage, it's for a number of other business-related expenses. But it is a framework that involves a process and steps and pre-approval, even by the city manager prior to the incurrence of the expenses. So, there is some effort that has to go into seeking expense reimbursements. And so that's effectively why the policy is there, is to share with you that we do have provisions to reimburse for. There's just a step-by-step process that has to be adhered to before we can actually do that.
So there's under section C, will the city manager still have discretion to approve under that subsection?
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
I read section G is what I read, and it talks about the need for coming across the city manager for approval.
So what's up for decision before the council is not altering or changing the effect of this council policy. This would remain in effect regardless. The item that you're discussing more than anything is to consider policy outside of this existing policy specific to auto allowances.
Thank you. And also, it may be the same response for the next question, but will you be requiring still, as stated within policy, the permission in writing?
To administer this program, I'm sorry, Council Policy 12-01, yes, it must be in writing.
Okay. And are there certain like checks so that it is equitable when the mayor or mayor pro temp are going to be assessing and they believe they should have an approval, or is it going to be based on discretion? So what I'm getting to basically is there like 5 requirements? Okay, no more than 5 miles. Anything over 5 miles would require a check. It's over 5 miles. We're not doing anything under 5. Any type of requirement so that it's not perceived that there's some kind of favoritism. Some are being allowed to do the mileage, some are not being allowed to do the mileage, because there's no checklist to see how that would happen or take place.
So I'm not even sure that's applicable the way we have things set up now. Of course, we've spoken to the council policy. You're trying to question equitable application, but we actually went one step further in the policy manual, I believe, as it relates to the council having to decide, even before I have an opportunity to approve expenses for official travel of the council. That has to be decided upon by the council, and that's why we've brought items back for the council to pre-approve travel. So we actually have an extra step that has to take place before it gets to some of these expense reimbursement policies under the council policy 12-01.
Okay, then it's my understanding then those mileages will come ahead to the city council to approve of. Is that what you're saying? That extra step. So I would presume if it's adopted, maybe it would come every 6 months.
No, because what's being contemplated is not pre-approving mileage. It's actually creating an allowance to avoid having to go through the step-by-step process that's laid out in Council Policy 12-01 or what's prescribed in your policy manual.
All right, Member Harriman.
So essentially the stipend it's an increase to the regular stipend, but now they will not have to file transportation paperwork or reporting. It's like a fund for them. Fund.
It currently is not a regular stipend. This would create a stipend and effectively eliminate the need for them to subscribe to the council policy.
Thanks.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Yes, I do have a number of questions and concerns to bring up. But before I make my statements, I want to preface this by saying it's not that I am opposed to my colleagues, Mayor Jones and Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, receiving a travel allowance, if you will, or an allowance of some sort. I want to clarify, is this an auto allowance or is this a mileage allowance?
They're one and the same to me.
My concern is that we are giving the allowance to positions like mayor and mayor pro tem. For an example, last 2 years, I was mayor pro tem, but I did not participate and sit on as many boards and attend as many meetings as my colleague, Councilwoman, at the time was Councilwoman Becerra. So, in effect, if we put this on the books, it's for a position rather than for an individual. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Yeah. And I don't think so. For example, if someone else becomes mayor but they don't participate at the same level on the outside agencies, I would be one of those persons because I work full time. That I don't think that would be appropriate. It's uniquely set for you too.
Right. Can I answer that for you? Because I think it's a very good point, but because council members are appointed to serve on outside agencies and boards at, being in their role as a council member, it has nothing to do with the position of mayor and mayor pro tem. What's being asked of here is to just consider what comes in place with someone serving as the mayor and mayor pro tem and the extra duties that are required in those roles. Now, and it's a lot, and it can be a lot, and that's all that it considers.
I didn't read that in the language. It looked like it was providing an allowance for these two positions.
It is.
Right, but this is unique for you too. The positions could change every time we reorganize, and
Yes.
thus the assignments of outside agencies could change as well. So
Correct.
I didn't see language that explained specifically that.
I know, but council members are the ones that are, all five of us can be appointed. Yeah.
So that's my reservation on this. But
Okay.
I'm not opposed to you two receiving an auto allowance. I think you should.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to be clear before I move on to that this is the allowance, if the council wishes to go forward with this is really related to the additional duties that are assigned to the mayor and mayor pro tem. This has nothing to do with normal conference travel or anything else. This is to just kind of cut to the chase, because the duties can be quite full in those positions. And I'm just speaking for myself, and that's the council can move in whatever direction it wishes. I know that if I'm thinking about all of the responsibilities on the council and as the mayor, always seeking a personal reimbursement for my work is always going to be put at the bottom of the list. And I just want to be respectful to to my life and my family. So, all right. So, did you have any other questions?
I don't have any questions. That was my only concern. I don't know how we work through you two. It's uniquely applicable to you two. It may not be the same like next year or the year after.
It's the position.
Right.
Right.
Clear on that.
Yeah. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
My comments have to go hand in hand with Mrs. Irving's. You're right. But in the years to come, if yourself or Bob or Ms. Gomez get on other entities, we are all allowed to do a mileage reimbursement. I would ask the mayor to let the mayor and the mayor pro tem decide at election when they're elected up here, if they want to do a mileage reimbursement or a stipend. In my case, it's going to put me in a different tax bracket, and I can't have that. I'm retired. I'll get in just a little bit of trouble. So, mileage stipend is taxable. Mileage reimbursement is not taxable.
Well, then I mean, and again, this agenda item, the course of it is a little different than usual because we have to have this kind of to and fro, I think, on this. And that's a really good point, Mayor Pro Tem, that I hadn't considered. I think it should be, I'm sorry.
May I ask another question?
Let me finish.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right. So I think maybe that it should be done that way, that the mayor and mayor pro tem has one of the two options and they select it upon organization. I think that's a really good idea. All right.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Your time was up.
It was?
Yes. Okay. hold on,
Can you grant me some grace?
hold on, hold on. So, I know that your time is up, but I'm going to go ahead and allow, because this is an important thing and this carries forward.
Yes, the auto allowance, can we call it that? Is that taxable as well?
I think it's the same.
Well, you know what? You know, I'm not opposed to you all receiving the stipend. You do enough, or you're opposed to it.
I would just like the option of the opportunity of the mayor and the mayor pro tem to give that when they're elected option. You know, I want to do the mileage allow.
We wanted as well.
Or the stipend, whichever one you choose. Because, like I said, even if you're not the mayor and the mayor pro tem, and you go
Can you speak into your mic, please?
and you go to a conference, you also have the right to ask for a mileage reimbursement. That's if we all don't pile into Mr. Metzler's large truck.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem, I want to make sure that I understand. So if the council were to move forward on this at the annual organization, the mayor Pro Tem would designate if they want to be, they want to take the option of the allowance or reimbursement. You also would like that if this is passed this evening and becomes effective, you would like to make your option known now as well.
Yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
because at the same meeting, we also assign the meeting or the associations we belong to. That's at that same.
Right, but that's separate.
Yeah, but that will decide who's gonna travel more, because like Mrs. Irving said, as mayor, as the mayorship is invited to a lot of locations that the mayor pro tem or the council is not invited because of your statute of being mayor, not because of Deborah Jones.
Right.
So depending on who takes it a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, they can have the opportunity to say, I'm mayor, but I can't attend, like Ms. Irving said, I work or I'm out of town. I have something coming up that I'm unable to attend that I need one of you guys to back me up with.
Right, but that falls into the role of what the mayor and mayor pro tem does, right? So the mayor is expected to perform and carry out all the duties of the mayor.
Yes.
And to the extent that there's something pops up or there's a conflict in schedule or you can't be at two places at one time, the mayor pro tem is usually the one to step in. Sure. Okay. All right. So with that said, I think I don't have any other questions. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and venture a motion that the council, well, first of all, I had mentioned earlier, Mr. Metzler, because thinking that there's tax implications involved. And when I originally introduced this, I was 250 and 150 mayor and mayor pro tem respectively. If I were to make a motion of 300 and 200 respectively, is that something that is manageable within the budget?
It is.
Okay. All right. So with that said, I move that the council take action that becomes effective immediately to provide the mayor and mayor pro tem a monthly mileage allowance of 300 and 200 respectively, and that those persons sitting in those two roles can designate upon adoption and or at the annual organization meeting which of the two options they would like to take, whether it's through reimbursement or the monthly allowance, and that such change would be included in the next global update of the council's policy and procedures manual.
I second that.
Thank you. We have a first and a second discussion on the
I'd like to make a second subordinate or substitute motion.
a substitute motion. Yes, Member Gomez.
So it's not just to have mayor pro temp, it's to include the entire councilship.
Okay, and to be clear, how much would you want for the entire council to receive?
Well, I mean, it's following the same guidelines, but having it provided to everyone.
Well, we have 300 and 200. We have two rates right now. So what are you looking at?
So if the mayor is going to provide 300 and everyone else gets the 200, that's what I would be proposing.
Okay, we have a first. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. Moving on to discussion on the pending motion, we're going to begin with Member Irving.
I don't have any discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
No discussion.
Thank you, Member Gomez.
Yes, so for clarity's sake, in terms of the motion, then Mayor Jones would be receiving from $1,200 to $1,500 a month, and Becerra would go from $1,200 to $1,400 a month immediately. Is that correct?
It's Councilwoman Becerra.
correct?
Councilwoman Becerra.
I'm sorry, you're being disruptive.
Councilwoman Becerra.
So,
Your
so
time is not given to you.
hold on. So let's be clear that there's only one person that has the floor at the time. If anyone has a comment to make, the chair kindly requests that those be made into the microphone and presented to the mayor. Member Gomez, you did not make a point of order, but I will make it for you, and it's well taken. All right. So go ahead, Member Gomez.
It was just clarity for me to understand. It takes effect immediately, the 300 for the mayor and the 200 for the mayor pro tem.
If it's adopted and if either of us wishes to do the allowance versus the reimbursement, yes.
So it's an immediate thing. Thank you. No, nothing further.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
I have nothing.
Thank you. And the chair has just one comment, and I am thankful for my colleagues really taking the time to think about it. There were some things that came up that I had not contemplated, so I'm thankful for a good discussion. With that said, I have nothing further, and I close the discussion period. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, so the council has taken action to provide the mayor and mayor pro tem a monthly mileage allowance of 300 and 200 respectively, should they choose that option. And the alternate, they can choose the option to get the mileage reimbursement rate. Such change is to be included in the next global update of the council's policy and procedures manual, and it's effective upon adoption. With that said, moving on to item number 17, this is the city council members' proof of residency. This is this item and the next two items are items requested by Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. So Mr. Metzler, you're going to tee them up, and to the extent that our Mayor Pro Tem wishes to further introduce it, she'll be asked to do that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, this item has no recommendation with it, which is to mean any action is really at the discretion of the council. We've prepared this item resulting from your request, and we've actually included information that we believe is relating to the request from the policy manual. So with that, the author on this item is your city clerk, Ms. Jennifer Thompson, and she's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Okay. Thank you. Before I ask for the recommendation, Mayor Pro Tem, did you wish to further introduce this item?
Not, well, I have a question, so when it's my time.
Sure. All right, Madam Clerk.
Any action is at the discretion of your honorable city council.
All right, thank you. We're now going to move on to questions, and we're going to begin with the submitter of the item, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, if I may ask City Clerk a question. Ms. Thompson, you started this back in February of this year, and it's taken this long for everybody to, and I'm sorry, not everybody, for everybody on council to submit their residency?
The council policy requires that the council provide their proof of residency by the end of January of each year. So those were provided, and it is summarized in the staff report what was provided by each individual member.
In January?
Correct.
So all this was turned in January by all the members?
Correct.
Then there is no further, there's further questions, but there's no further action on my part. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. So what are the appropriate methods of residency?
Those are outlined within the staff report. Proof of residency could be home ownership as evidenced by title deed, so forth. It's all outlined starting on page 316, and that goes for several pages all the way to 318, specifying exactly what you would need to provide as it relates to proof of residency.
Thank you. I don't believe the audience has those delineations or the actual full agenda. So my reason for asking was to facilitate, but pages 316 through 16 through 18, I'll look at. Thank you for your response.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Gomez. And to be clear, the audience does have access to all of the backup material as presented on the agenda. It's on our website. All right, Mr. Harriman.
Okay, so the ability to suspend stipend salary.
Oh, this is on item number 17. This is just the report on residency.
I'm sorry.
No worries. I did it a few times tonight too. Did you have any other questions related to this?
If, just as a hypothetical, if I were to move but stay in the city of Victorville, would I still be required to prove that residency? Or does staying in Victorville eliminate me needing to report that?
Do you want me to answer that? Mr.
Yes,
Moore?
please, Jennifer. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So if you move within the city, the council policy requires that you provide that proof of residence within 60 days and providing a new address. So if you're within a district, you still have to reside within that district. If you're at large, you would be required to provide that same proof within 60 days, but you could live within the city as a whole.
I'd like to change that to 30 days, being that we have a colleague that appears to be moving a lot.
Can you please speak into your microphone?
We have a colleague that seems to move a lot, so I'd like to change that to 30 days from 60.
Okay, that would be something that we could bring up at a future meeting, and you're welcome to request that as an agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Did you have anything further?
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Member Irving.
I'm not really, I mean, I know why this is before us, but I'm trying to understand, according to the council policy, the essence of this is to establish residency. So all of these documents that would allow a council person to satisfy this requirement and meet the requirements of the policy is to establish residency, and a street address is necessary. Is that correct?
As it relates to the council policy, it's not specific as that you have to provide the street numbers. You just have to reside in Victorville. If you're in a district, you would have to have the street number in order to establish that you're within that district. So currently, if you're looking at what was provided, each council member provided a deed or a utility bill, and those had the actual physical address with the street numbers. One member actually provided documentation that excluded the street numbers, but both documentations had a street name and it was specified in Victorville, and that is an at-large member.
Okay, but I didn't see that as, I'm not challenging the validity of the document. I just don't see that as something outlined on all of the different documents that meet the criteria set out in the policy.
So as it relates to the policy manual, it is to establish that proof of residency and provide that residential address. However, it is my understanding that basically legislation says you can say you live at any specific location under a bridge or anything like that, and you have to use that as them saying that that's their proof of residency.
I understand. So, well, in that case, I'm not sure how this, if this is effective. You know, because if you think about it, towards the end, if for non-compliance, you know, you're removed from committee assignments and you can't go into public facilities. And I mean, I don't really, what's the essence of this? I guess
Well, I would
that's
think that's the council's policy manual, and they've set this guideline, so ultimately it would be the council's discretion on how they would handle that, alternatively in the non-compliance.
I don't have any comments or questions. Thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have anything further? Since this is your item.
You're saying, and I'm now with Leslie, I'm sorry, Ms. Irving, Council. We need to change our council policy to say only a utility bill, only a driver's license will work. You did mention state of California says you can live under, you could be couch surfing or maybe live with your boyfriend in Hesperia. But as long as you are able to show some type of false papers saying you live in Victorville, we have to take that? And maybe Andre needs to jump in on this.
Yeah, it's a difficult issue to deal with, but basically if there's a concern that a council member does not live within the city, there's a complicated process called quo warranto where you basically would ask the Attorney General's office to give you the ability to basically pursue a lawsuit to indicate whether or not an individual actually lived in the city. And at that point, if the Attorney General becomes involved, they usually look at specific evidence of an actual street address. They will look at the same kinds of things that we have in our policy manual to determine whether or not an individual is actually living in that location. They will look at things like the DMV, like a driver's license, but they will be looking for a specific street address as well to indicate that you actually live within the city. And again, it comes down to an issue of whether or not you can establish domicile versus residency. There's sort of quirks within the law as to distinctions between those two things. But essentially, if you went to a quo warranto process, the Attorney General would be specifically looking for a street address.
Laws that we can't change even whatever we put in our policy.
We can be a little more specific in our policy manual and ask specifically for a street address. Absolutely. You know, that typically would mean that you'd put a street and a house number down as part of that address. For example, the Attorney General's office, when they've looked into these issues, has not been accepting of a P.O. box. And a P.O. box within the city is not adequate proof of residency. And you would get dinged if that was the only evidence you had. So I think it would be appropriate if you wanted to modify the policy manual to specify that you actually put down a street address with a street number. Certainly becomes more important when you're dealing with the district elections.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think this requires any type of vote.
Okay. I appreciate that. I do have a couple questions if I could.
Oh, no. That's
yeah, sure.
On my part.
Right. So this policy was updated, I think, probably many months ago, right?
Correct.
On this, and the council took great pains to, look at this and make sure that we tighten things up so that we were doing our due diligence for a community, that we had actual representatives living within the district that they're supposed to live in, or if their seats are still at large, they live somewhere within the city. So I'm trying to understand why there might be a question as to why you don't have to have a street number if your seat is still at large. I don't know that that's an issue to me. Is there something I might be missing, Mr. DeBoer?
There's a distinction between sort of the requirements of state law versus what we have, which is more specific in the policy manual. And whether or not you need an actual street address with a street number under state law has not been clearly defined by neither the legislature or the Attorney General's office. Again, if the Attorney General's office does go and look into a challenge to somebody's residency, they will at that point, as part of the evidence, look to a street address. But the state law itself is silent on it.
Yes. So let me ask you this, Madam Clerk. When you were verifying residency and the street number was redacted, and we have a member that's still at large, you were able, you did do your due diligence, I'm presuming, in confirming that that street is in fact in the city of Victorville.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm not sure, Mr. DeBortnowski, I see an issue with that.
Again, that would qualify and satisfy the requirements of the state law. You have provisions in your policy manual that can be even more restrictive than that.
Okay.
And the question is, what is the ramification or the enforcement of your policy manual
Right.
if there's a violation of your policy manual.
Okay. Got it. All right. So with that said, there was something else written up in the backup material, which I appreciated because, I really want to make sure that this process becomes uniform and consistent, and that for me, it should be done annually. That way, no member ever feels that they're being, taken to task or targeted, as it were. That this is just a normal course of business. That we have a responsibility to demonstrate that our council members do in fact reside in the district and or in the city, whatever the case may be. So with that said, I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem if you would like to, if you have any interest in moving to direct staff to place on the consent calendar of the first February meeting of every year, a report on whether council member residency requirements have been met pursuant to our obligations.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll,
I was gonna do that as a discussion, put something on the agenda.
okay, but we can do that here.
Okay.
Is that, okay. So we have a first. Is there a second? The chair seconds that. Discussion on the pending motion, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. Member Gomez.
Pertaining to the actual alleging of things, it does seem like certain members do want to target, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 members, whether they live in the address, how many times they live or moving around. I mean, you may live a long period of time or a short period. So it's important what Ms. Jones said, that it doesn't give the appearance of bringing this item every so often, because that's not what the council is here for, to target, but to ensure that residents are having the members who were elected live in the city, whether it's the district or the city. So that's important, and I concur with that comment that Deborah Jones, the mayor, provided tonight.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
I just think it's so easy to get around this. I mean, you can tell the DMV any address, they don't check on it. You can, there's just so many ways around this. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, Member Irving.
I have one question, and I think it's relevant. Let's just say that someone doesn't provide the documentation, but they meet the threshold for the state. If this came to, like, if there was a legal challenge, wouldn't state law trump our council policy?
Certainly it would, and at that point, you go through the quo warranto process where the Attorney General would look into the issue and do the investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then the only thing that I want to say is I think we've had a productive conversation on this item tonight, and it's my view that no one has been targeted. That's not the intent of this. This is the intent of this, as I see it, from the request, was to make sure that we're all doing our due diligence and demonstrating that we live where we are supposed to be living in the city, and that we can have the full faith and confidence of our constituency, that we are doing right by them. So with that said, the chair closes the discussion period, and Madam Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Gomez,
Sorry, would you repeat the motion? Was it February annually or something like that?
On the consent calendar, the first meeting in February yearly.
My answer is no.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Okay, so the council has taken action to direct staff to place on the first February consent calendar of every year a report on whether council member residency requirements have been met pursuant to our obligations under policy. Moving on to item number 18, this is the ability to suspend stipend salary based on council member misconduct. Mr. D. Bortnowski.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. This is a request to have the council consider whether or not it wanted to impose essentially a reduction or a suspension of a council member's stipend in the event that there was some form of misconduct. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of guidance in state law as to this issue. However, there has been one city that has adopted such a policy and in fact enforced that policy whereby a council member's misconduct, limited to misconduct at a council meeting, that council member's stipend was suspended. The state law, like I said, unfortunately somewhat vague on the issue. However, the state legislature several years ago promoted a Prop 50 where the state legislature actually adopted a policy that allowed the state legislature to suspend payments, stipends for state legislatures in the event of misconduct. So there is some precedent on it. To the extent you want to proceed with something like that, it would have to be very narrowly written to ensure that it would avoid a legal challenge. But again, unfortunately, there's not a lot of precedent out there. There's one city that has done it. The state legislature did it, but they got a state voted upon proposition to enact it. And then the question is whether or not it would be subject to legal challenge. That is certainly a possibility depending on how narrowly the misconduct was defined. And again, to the extent you wanted to do it, I would certainly limit it to misconduct at a council meeting as opposed to just misconduct out sort of in the general community. The one caveat again would be to be cautious that it wouldn't impact a council member's free speech rights under the First Amendment. That would be grounds for potentially a challenge of depriving a council member of their First Amendment rights. But again, one city has done it. The state legislature did it, so it's kind of up to the council. To the extent you wanted to give direction to do something like that, we would have to very, very narrowly draft something that could be enforceable and hopefully withstand any potential challenges.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you wish to further introduce the item?
No, not further introduce. I have a question.
Sure. All right. All right. With that said, Madam Clerk, the recommendation, please.
Any action is at the discretion of the City Council.
Thank you. All right. Now we're going to move on to questions and questions for clarification, certainly as it relates to the staff report. And so before we move on to this item, I just want to take a moment to, this could be a little bit of a hot button issue behind this dais. And I want to encourage every council member to, be mindful of everyone's opinions and thoughts on this, and maybe be as respectful as we can. So with that said, we're going to open up the questions with the submitter of the item, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Dubanowski, my question is, we have a council member up here acting a fool, gets arrested and sitting in jail, and is still drawing a stipend from the city of Victorville. When you say suspended, do you mean they get it back eventually?
Again, that would be up to you whether or not you wanted to suspend it or if you wanted to actually take it away. If you did take it away, again, we'd have to do some revisions to the municipal code because the municipal code provides that each council member does get a salary. So if you took the salary away, obviously we'd have to do municipal code amendments. Also at that point, since I think a salary entitlement for a council member is basically an entitlement issue, you'd probably have to give that council member a public hearing or some sort of hearing opportunity to be heard, because you'd be basically be depriving them of a right that's established in the municipal code. But certainly suspension versus elimination would be an option that you'd want to consider, and however the council wants to direct, we can figure out language.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to hold the rest of my questions.
All right, sure. Member Gomez.
For questions.
Yes.
So misconduct, as identified by Penal Code 13.5.10.8, refers to people in uniform. So they have a very lengthy misconduct in terms of various delineations, but they also have an oversight board by state commissions. So when you consider what misconduct means, it should definitely be legally defined, because misconduct should not be something that is discretionary, but it's held within the bounds of the reasonable person seeing what that is. Is that something that we will be considering?
I would certainly recommend that we do have specific definitions of what would qualify as misconduct by council members acting in the capacity as council members on the dais. Yes.
So, but we don't have that currently, but we would look into that.
If the council directs us to look into that, certainly we will look into that.
Okay, and what is the definition of misconduct? Do we know?
We don't have a definition, but certainly the government code indicates that city councils can establish rules of conduct and can actually punish members for failing to comply with that misconduct, and that's government code section 36183. So there is some state law that would allow for some form of punishment. It doesn't get specific as to what that punishment might be, whether or not you suspend or take away somebody's stipend, and that whether that qualifies is, like I said, hasn't been terribly well tested in the courts.
So in other words, we do not have a definition for misconduct is what you were delineating or getting to, right?
Not at this time, but to the extent the council directed us to consider this policy, we would certainly establish some definitions of what would qualify as misconduct.
And would that be based on state law, or is that something that we'd conjure up what misconduct means? And if we do that, we would be very careful as to not have someone challenge that at the legal realm.
Correct. We'd be very careful in how we crafted it to make sure that what it was consistent with state law. We could even certainly look to the state legislature, because I presume that with respect to their Prop 50, they provided some definitions as to what would qualify.
Okay. Because I do know speaking Spanish is one of those that's very, very dangerous to try to say is misconduct. So I'm glad you're thinking about what misconduct can look like. And who would wield the authority? Do we know? Would it be state? How would we engage that? If it's repetitive, you can answer the same way.
Again, essentially, it'd be up to the city council to direct how they want this implemented.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
So to help me, would being removed from a council meeting be misconduct?
Again,
Your opinion?
Again, it would be what actions sort of promoted or prompted the removal would be the bigger issue. And
Well,
you'd have to establish some criteria as to what would require that.
Okay, so are you thinking that maybe getting removed sometimes isn't misconduct and sometimes it is?
Again, it would be the actions that promoted the actual removal, and chances are that would then qualify as misconduct, because the person's being removed. Obviously, they have failed to comply with the rules of decorum of the council.
I have no other question.
Thank you. All right, Member Irving.
Yes, I do have some concerns. You referenced the city of Cyprus. They, yes, they reprimanded or censured one of the members and fined the member and suspended his salary. Do you know that before that occurrence, before that action had been taken, whether that council member had due process? Because you mentioned entitlement. I
Right.
just see that this can get complicated.
It could get complicated. I don't know if he was given due process. I assume they would have given him some form of due, or he or she. But certainly the interesting fact was that he or she never challenged the withholding of the taking away of the stipend, which had it been, you would have thought if it was inappropriate, they would have had grounds for a legal challenge, and that never occurred.
Right. And the other thing is, when you say suspend the salary, was that in the form of perhaps a fine? And what was the duration of time? Was it just 1 month, and did the fines, fines?
As far as we could tell, it was just a one-time deduction of the person's salary.
It could have been a fine, and that was.
That would be another option, is you could potentially fine council members, which might be a slightly easier threshold to support as opposed to taking away a salary. Then the question is, how do you enforce the payment of the fine against that council member?
Right. Okay.
And, if you established it as a fine, then it's kind of an administrative proceeding. If they didn't pay the fine at that point, perhaps then you deduct it from their salary.
I guess my concern is, if we rely on the city of Cyprus and what Cyprus did, we don't know the circumstances.
Correct. We don't know the specific circumstance. And we did try and look to see if we could get further evidence. We looked at their agenda, it was not very clear.
Right. And my concern is about due process.
Right. And certainly, to the extent the council wanted to do something, I certainly would want to build in some due process for the person that was suffering the the suspension of the salary or the taking away of the salary.
Did you have anything further?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
It's complicated.
It is, and I do have quite a few questions. I understand the spirit of this, and I think the intentions are good, but I do have some questions. All right, so when you spoke, Mr. DeBortnowski, about Prop 50, and that that was passed by Californians in favor, and it allowed an amendment to the Constitution so that a member who was suspended could then also have the salary suspended.
That is correct.
Right, and that their salary could be reinstituted if there was a date certain in the resolution, or upon a certain percentage of the body. Correct.
Correct. And from what we could understand, those members that were subject to it didn't stay very long on the legislature, ironically. So it's kind of hard to track what happened to them.
Right.
Rerun or.
Right. So I did look up this proposition in San Bernardino, and it actually passed by about a 72% vote, which is pretty substantial. So it seems to me that at least in our county, there is an appetite for the local if they had an appetite for the state legislature to police itself, I'm just venturing that they have the same appetite for us to do that at the local level. But in this case, when we're talking about a council member, we're not talking about suspending the council member from normal duties, just potentially the salary or stipend.
Correct. That's what the agenda is all about, is either suspending or withholding.
Okay, so
salary.
My real concerns come in as to if the council wants to move forward with this, the language is going to be critical for me, I can tell you that. Because, well, first of all, for me, misconduct is when you breach your code of conduct and your policies in the policy manual. If we have those set forward and they're explicit, a breach of it is, to me, by nature, misconduct.
Certainly, and the key will be to very, very narrowly draft, assuming you wanted to proceed with this. But there, again, there is no guarantees. It's kind of a slippery slope because there's
Right.
not a lot of precedent out there as to whether or not it's appropriate. What is clear is that the municipal code does provide that each council member does get a salary, and the only way to change that salary is through council action or a vote of the people. And obviously, I don't know that you'd want to go through that process. So regardless, it's going to be a complicated process to ensure that it's extremely narrowly crafted in terms of appropriate language and that we provide due process. Like I said, the other option is to consider fines, but again, then the question becomes enforcement.
So if the council wanted to go forward with this and you wanted to draft language, here's what I'm looking at. I don't want anyone to be penalized in any way if they make a mistake. If you've got a council member.
Your time is up.
I would ask for some additional time. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you take a vote on allowing the chair an additional 3 minutes?
Councilmember Gomez.
Wait, point of order. Can we make that? Yeah, can that be a clear motion? Because it didn't say the 3 minutes. So I just
Yeah, the point's well taken. So the chair moves that the chair be permitted an additional 3 minutes to ask questions related to this item. And Mayor Pro Tem seconds.
And I would do a substitute motion on that.
And
if it's appropriate for all members, I would like an extra 3 minutes as well. So I would say all members to have an extra 3 minutes.
All right, so that's a substitute motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez.
No.
Councilmember Harriman.
Yes.
Councilmember Irving. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you for the courtesy, my colleagues. So here's the concern I have. I mean, I can think about how a council can be made up, and it can be made up of all different kinds of personalities, and it can run hot and it can run cold and it can flip on a dime. I would not want to see us put ourselves in a position where any council member who is maybe fairly new to office, they're inside their first 3 years, or they make an innocent mistake, or they have a bad day, to be subjected to something like this. and I don't want it to, and I would not want it to be used as a form of bullying at all, because I've seen, I think this council, we're pretty good at following the rules, at least the majority of us are, but I don't want, for me, it would have to be either chronic disruption of a particular meeting policy, and or several of them, or something just very, an egregious violation, for me to want to move forward with something like that. So I would, if we go forward with this, I'm just going to say, I would want that language to be very clear, very narrow, and make sure that it's protecting everybody. If we want to make sure that we're all following meeting rules of conduct and decorum, it applies equally to everyone, and no one should ever feel like they have to look over their shoulder thinking that they're going to make a mistake and they can't be free to express themselves in a meeting. Does that make sense?
It does, and again, this is for council to decide what they want to do. I mean, I would not make a recommendation to proceed with this, given the complexities and the vulnerabilities of doing something like this. It is available to you as consider an option like this, but again, it would have to be extremely narrowly drafted, and I would agree that the conduct would have to be somewhat egregious in order to get to that next level. And then the question also then becomes, what level of salary suspension or withholding do you do? So there's a lot of unknowns whether or not you want us to look into this further and draft something. We certainly could do that for your consideration. But again, will it be bulletproof from challenge? I certainly can't guarantee that. I think staff has concerns about whether or not something like this really is something that can be enforced, given what's been happening on the council dais.
If there were a suspension of salary, let's say hypothetically something's in place, if there were a salary of suspension, I would presume that there would be something within that policy that says that it's done by resolution, and it's until thus and such a date, and or by a supermajority of those that are present and voting, excluding the person that's subject to the suspension.
Right. I would certainly want to build in a supermajority vote. And again, I would also, as far as due process goes, I'd have that council person, the targeted council person, give them due process of their ability to argue their position. Again, it's a deprivation of an entitlement, and due process says you should have some sort of hearing if you're going to deprive somebody of an entitlement that's established in your municipal code. So again, I certainly am not recommending proceeding, but I certainly will do whatever the council directs.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. DeBortnowski.
If I could finish my question?
Yes, you can. And for any council member that has not used up their time, we're gonna let you move forward. So, well, only to the extent that you have additional time left on the original 2 minutes. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Folks, we need to think about what our lawyer is telling us. He's telling us no. So if we go through with this, it's going to cost us more money than this person's worth. So that's all I'm saying, and it's in writing that our legal team does not recommend that it's not permissible. He has said it 2 and 3 times. If we go forward, we're more off balance than the people we're trying to hold back. So that's all I have.
Thank you. All right.
I believe I have more time.
Wait. No. Yes, I'm going to call on everybody because I think everybody does have additional time. So, Member Gomez.
How much time do I have left?
35 seconds.
Okay. So I think this is a targeted move, and it's really unfortunate that they're not going to move forward. When you have attorneys like nonprofit organizations that decide to defend the targeted member, there's a defense out there.
Member Gomez, is there a question? Thank you.
No
Member
question.
Harriman.
That was my comment.
Well, these are questions. So, Mr. Harriman.
I'm going to have to agree with Councilwoman Becerra. I would, if somebody were to, first, who would be the one making the decision?
Please talk into your microphone.
Who would be making that decision? Wouldn't it be difficult to figure out who got the final say on misconduct?
Again, it would have to be, I would assume, a supermajority of the council would have to all agree on what it was. So it'd be the council members.
And let's say if in fact it happened and the person that was cited for the misconduct, if they were to seek out legal counsel, would the city be on the hook for that?
If they were successful in a challenge, they probably would seek attorney's fees, yes, if they were successful.
Okay, and I just want to reiterate, I agree with Councilwoman Becerra.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I would agree with my colleague. There isn't a legal precedent, and to me, these are uncharted waters. I don't care to explore. I don't think the council should, trek down this road. So, especially talk
Is
about.
there a question in there? Because we're still going to have comments.
Well, yeah, there is a question. Well, when we're dealing with entitlements, doesn't it have an impact on retirement contributions and medical and so forth? How far would this go? Because if you don't have if you have a long duration of time that this person must,
Yeah, it certainly could have certain impacts on the individual. Again, we haven't looked at, and the question wasn't to look at whether or not you'd also lump benefits into that, but I certainly would not recommend, council member benefits being considered as part of this again. But certainly could have impacts, financial impacts on an individual as well. We don't know. That would be determined by each individual circumstance.
That's my question, and my position is no.
Thank you. All right. And I have no further questions. All right. So with that said, Mayor Pro Tem, this was your item. Did you want to venture any kind of a motion?
No, ma'am, I don't want it to go to a motion at this time. So if it doesn't go to a motion,
Okay. So,
bring it back. So no motion, no nothing, just information.
okay. But now because this is an item, I have to make an opportunity for any other council member. Does any other council member wish to make a motion on this? Okay, hearing none, we have no motion before the council, and thus no action has been taken. Should this subject come up again, it does not fall under the rules of reconsideration because the council has not even entertained a motion. Am I correct on that, Mr. DeBornowski?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Reconsider this at some time in the future if you wanted to.
Thank you. All right, we're now going to move on to item number 19. This is council member reprimand for city council member Blanca Gomez. Mr. DeBornowski.
Yes, again, I think this was a request from Mayor Pro Tem Becerra to look at the possibility of providing a reprimand for certain actions of one of the council members who apparently there's some evidence that Councilmember Gomez has been putting her business cards on deliveries of food items or other items when she's using or working for Instacart and potentially other delivery services. The concern with that is it seems to be violative, certainly of the policy manual. It could be violative of state campaign laws.
Objection, hearsay.
One moment, Mr. DeBornowski. Member Gomez is out of order and will suspend. If the member wishes to state a point of order, the member is to gain the attention of the chair and state the point of order when asked. Member Gomez will comport herself with the meeting rules of conduct and decorum. Mr. DeBornowski.
And I think, another significant concern is that when a recipient receives a delivery and it has the council member's business card on it, I'd be concerned that recipient, should something be wrong with the delivery, could then associate the city with that delivery and get the impression that somehow the city endorsed it. It also has the potential of providing, whoever the company is that's providing the food, it would assume that somehow we are endorsing that individual or that company is endorsing the city. So it has a myriad of problems in doing it. Accordingly, you'll see in my staff report that to the extent you wanted to proceed, my recommendation at this point would be to provide an immediate cease and desist order to the council member that's doing this. And if they did not comply with it, then consider potentially a resolution of reprimand. But I would also then encourage staff to reach out to the companies that have been used for the food delivery to put them on notice that this is not a condoned activity by the city in any way, and that the use of the business card should not in any way be interpreted that somehow this is appropriate or endorsed by or supported by the city of Victorville to avoid potential liability.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to introduce it further?
No, but we have pictures and proof and.
Okay, did you want to offer that at this time?
They were, like I said, go ahead and go through the questions and then I'll.
Okay, sure. All right, Madam Clerk, the recommendation.
Any action is at the discretion of the city council.
Thank you. All right, we're going to get into questions for clarification. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to kick this off?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Member Gomez.
Yes, it has been known and it's been in writing with reporting with the San Bernardino County that Becerra has on multiple occasions grabbed my cards to do whatever she nilly-willy does. But I've put stuff out on the record.
It's related to the
So yes, and it is related because when you allowed Ms. Becerra to speak, she allotted herself like she's the fact finder in some regard, which she's not. And she alluded to alleging lies that have not been factually proven, and she hasn't brought her evidence forth. So what's being done today is kind of like, are we allowed to allow members like herself bring this as if she's the fact finder? And if so, where is the backing of that on the policy? Because I didn't see that. So if you
Madam Mayor,
remind me, I would appreciate that.
Wait, one moment. So the purpose of this evening's agenda is to consider a reprimand, but there is nothing that I see on this that demonstrates actual proof. Would it be, in my mind, it would be inappropriate to pursue formally a reprimand at this point?
Yes, again, to the extent there is proof that it has occurred and we can establish that it has occurred, again, my recommendation at this point would first be to do a cease and desist to ensure that the activity doesn't continue. Then if it does continue, to consider what actions you want to take at that point.
So if there is proof, then we can seek to agendize this item for that proof to come forward, and the council could consider the reprimand at that time.
Sure, you could do it at that time. You, again, could direct me to do a cease and desist letter at this point to the extent there is evidence that this is even occurring. But,
can you, one moment, the member did not have the floor. All right, so just because we need to be very clear on the practice of this. I know when there have been reprimands in the past, it was done very methodically.
Right.
Every I was dotted, every T was crossed, and every council member deserves that. So are you saying that we could do a cease and desist letter without the council having viewed the evidence?
Well, again, I would have the council view the evidence and then do a cease and desist letter.
And that would be, could that be this evening, or
I believe it could be this evening if there is evidence of the fact that this has in fact occurred.
Okay.
You have sort of discretion with what you want to do on the council agenda this evening.
That makes sense. All right, and with that, we have the a request for a recess. Shall we say
5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. We'll return at 8:45. We're in recess.
We might do that. We'll have to count the directory too.
Good evening. Yes. Okay. But you sat through the whole thing? Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, sure. I mean, I'm telling you, everybody's working overtime plus because I can tell you first and foremost, we so much.
I knew
about
these 4 items.
So, and they're all rescues, so
Yeah.
I get it.
I'm a
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm going to refer you to the city manager next year, but there are a lot of things in action, but we're having to kind of, get different places to do this, and we're going to have to. We're actually effectively going to take. It's going to be a part of the consideration, but more immediate. We do have some. I don't know if it means building it or using another facility that we might have. I know that we're expanding some use at some current locations, but it's going to have B-sides to handle all of these. Yeah, for sure. Right. So they took all of our animals through the end of April, thankfully. Right. So as of yesterday, I believe we started taking them at Conduct Site and Center on Amargosa. So if you wanted to, do you know the city manager? He's next to the gallon. Although we're in fact we're beyond that. So yes, he's the city manager. Yes. You it would be hard. It would be probably difficult for you to come in and just get an impromptu meeting with him. But our city clerk is she's actually they could work. How's that? Perfect. You bet. Oh, my pleasure. We're okay. Thank you, though. So we said we were going to resume at 8:45. It's 8:48. We don't. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 8:48. We were to resume. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, hello. We were to resume open session at 8:45. It's now 8:48. The mayor is going to continue our recess until 8:55.
I second.
We don't need a motion. But you can continue to talk till 8:55.
No, it's.
Oh, it's on now. All right. So we were going to resume open session at 8:55. We've had some technical difficulties with a printer. We're waiting for the copying machine to warm up. So we're going to give this another 10 minutes. We're going to give this one last go. So we are going to reconvene at 9:05. Time is 9:05 p.m. We are resuming open session. The council will come to order. All right. The chair called for several recesses in order for Mayor Pro Tem to produce some information that she said she had available that may go to information supporting certain activities. With that said, since this is information is we've all just gotten this, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk that you start the timer again at 0 for Member Gomez so that she can start her questions anew. I'm going to remind every council member here that we have a duty to be collegial. We do not make personal attacks on the motives or the personalities of other council members. And we are to assume good intent. With that said, Member Gomez. Anything other than that is a breach of our Chapter 5 of our meeting.
So I will wait and forego at the moment. I'm writing a couple of notes.
Okay, Member Gomez, this is your opportunity.
No, it's a strategy for me to say something so everybody could come and attack, right? Is that how it works? Because I said I was taking notes.
No, I did not hear that, but
Okay.
you were the first one to
Yeah, that I didn't
in line
finish.
to be asking questions. It goes,
Okay.
I follow a normal
So,
course.
I guess I can ask a question. So, if you can tell me how a picture in an image shows me placing something here, you would have to, push that envelope. And if you can, I mean, that should be brought to I was telling Mr. Dibernowski to the San Bernardino uh, County, I'm sorry, what did I tell you? The San Bernardino
Attorney's office.
jury.
Or the grand jury.
Yeah, the grand jury doing things like that. So omit this as facts as crimes that I've committed and be able to voucher from an image of a picture to something that you see here.
Is there a question?
Yeah, so if you can do that, how would you be able to ascertain that? Because these images aren't showing what I think is being narrated, which I hear the DA say it all the time, so I'm familiar with that
So,
concept.
Mr. DeBortnowski, can we get you to chime in on that?
Yes, certainly. I mean, I think there isn't enough here to indicate that there could be a problem. It certainly doesn't qualify as an evidentiary hearing, but I think it's enough to raise a concern that to the extent these activities are in fact happening, that again, my recommendation at this point would be to send a cease and desist letter to Councilmember Gomez that is qualified with the wording that says to the extent these activities are occurring, they need to cease and desist. In addition to that, I would do something similar to potentially the businesses that are involved. And again, a letter saying to the extent these things are happening, you need to be aware that these activities are not being endorsed by the city. They may be violative of the city council policy. They certainly appear to be violative of the city's municipal code, and they could possibly be violative of campaign laws. But there's not enough here to get to that level. Accordingly, I wouldn't do sort of a reprimand at this point. My recommendation would be to do a cease and desist letter that to the extent these activities are occurring, they need to cease and desist, and then we will find out whether or not they are continuing to occur, and at that point accumulate potentially evidence that this is in fact occurring, and at that point it would be deemed to be violative of the municipal code, policy manual, and possibly campaign laws.
Okay, Member Gomez.
Yes. Is there a date to this? I don't see a date. I would like to know the date. Yeah, of course there would be no date. That would be very important, especially with policies and all that. So just making sure we have dates. So if you guys are going to render this together.
Wait. We're going to have, okay, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. But so we'll let Member Gomez continue with the floor and then we'll be sure that we get to you. All right, thank you. Member Gomez.
Yes. No, I was asking for a date and I don't see a date because in my head, I'm kind of brainstorming what the opposition would say to create this as some kind of criminal evidence. Like Mr. Dibernowski said, a business card that many people have, not just myself, with an image of a face, with something that looks like a drink and a card there. That would be important for me to know the date and things like that. So if we have the date, I'm asking for a date. If not, that's fine.
Okay, so when Mayor Pro Tem has her term, she can certainly address that if she wants. Did you have any other questions?
No further questions.
All right, Member Harriman.
Yeah, I'm not sure what a date matters. It's affixed to the bag. And we're just looking for a cease and desist. Just say, okay, I won't do it anymore. I really don't think it needs to go, it needs to get all twined up in a big old fiasco. Just stop doing it.
Mr. Harriman, do you have a question?
My question is, Mr. Attorney, does it need a date?
Again, I wouldn't say that this qualifies as evidence for sort of doing anything beyond the fact that there's a concern here. And to address the concern, again, the recommendation would be to do a cease and desist letter that specifically says, to the extent these activities are occurring, please cease and desist doing them until you can establish more hard evidence.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Irving.
Yes, I do have a question. The question is, it has to do with the card itself. It's not so much that there's a card affixed to a bag or a box. It's the logo. That looks like our official logo. And to me, I'm pretty sure that violates council policy. I don't think any one of us can use the logo for our personal use because this card is not an official card, is it? That's not an official card. So that means that whoever created this card lifted the logo and applied it to the business card. And that's where all the pictures, all that, that's not my concern. My concern is the misuse of the city's logo.
That not only is that a violation of the policy manual, more importantly, it's a violation of the municipal code.
Right. So that's where my concern is. And, for me, all the rest of it, okay. Yeah, it doesn't prove anything, but this card proves that someone misused and you're abusing the logo.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So it was stated by Councilwoman Gomez that I steal her cards and I hand them out. I'm not the busted person in the picture. That's her. So, she puts her card underneath, the cups are sealed, and she lifted the seal to get her card under. Mr. DeBernowski, would you know about
Objection, hearsay.
One moment. One moment. One moment. Member Gomez did not have the floor. She did not state a point of order so that she could be recognized to interrupt the speaker. Does the member wish to make a point of order? If so, state your point.
It's called hearsay.
Okay, Member Gomez, this is not a court of law. You have not stated any point of order pursuant to our policies.
Evidence,
the
right?
point is not well taken. Member Gomez will suspend.
Mr. DeBernowski, would you know about this type of food delivery? This of lifting up the seal and putting a city seal under there, does that put us at some type of risk if someone gets food poisoning?
I would certainly be concerned that it has that potential. Yes, as I mentioned in the staff report, I think it has a potential of at least somebody accusing the city of somehow being part of this process, and therefore having some either endorsement or some affiliation with the food delivery service, which we don't want to do. Again, that's the other recommendation would be to send out letters to the businesses that might be affected to just warn them that the city has no, endorsement of this, is not involved in any way, and this may be violative. Certainly the municipal code and or policy procedures manual and possibly other laws.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeBernowski. Madam Mayor, if I may make a recommendation or no, not yet?
Let me ask some questions. Thank you. All right, so it seems to me that we might be clear that, from my perspective, tell me if I'm wrong, I can't connect the pictures necessarily with the text message. And that's important for me, but it seems to me that there's, I think the pictures just demonstrate that the member makes deliveries, but again, my concern is more with the text and that we have. So again, just to confirm, it's the city seal that's the issue on the text messaging
That certainly is,
and,
yes,
and the placement of the
I think there's a lot of issues, and again,
card.
you know, without having an evidentiary hearing, which we're not doing, this is not a court
Right.
at this point. I think there's enough here to be concerned that there might be inappropriate activity, and again, my recommendation would be a cease and desist letter. To the extent these things are happening, cease and desist doing them, and then to the extent they continue to happen, we consider our options at that point.
Is there any issue in, so if we do a cease and desist and we notify a vendor or vendors to the extent that this is happening, I mean, are we safe in doing that?
I don't know why you can't, you know, depending on how the letter is worded, just indicate that this appears to be occurring, and to the extent it is occurring, they need to be cautious. This is not an endorsed activity or a supported activity by the city. Again, I think the wording is going to be critical. We're not accusing anybody at this point of doing anything wrong. We are just warning people this could be a problem.
That's where I wanted to get to. And there's nothing that prevents a council member from privately making her own cards. It's the use of the logo that's a problem.
That would be correct. To the extent they're implying that this is a city logo, that's certainly a problem.
And if I recall correctly, this issue actually came up some years ago,
I believe
correct?
it did,
During
yes.
campaign season.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. All right. And is it possible, is there sufficiency of information? I want to tread wisely and carefully here. Is there sufficiency, and be fair, is there sufficiency in information to make a public notice that's, well, let me ask you this first. Is this kind of activity operating outside the scope of a council member's role and responsibility?
As a council member, to the extent they're implying they're a council member, yes.
Okay. Is there sufficiency in information to make a public notice that such activity falls outside the scope of council members' role and responsibilities, not supported by the council?
I think you have the ability to make that statement regardless of this information, to say that, you know, again, to tell the public that activities such as these are not endorsed by the city. I think you can do that.
Okay. There's no
Time
need to
is
say,
up.
thank you. All right. Those are my questions. And now, Member Becerra,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to make a motion to have the city attorney send a cease and desist letter to Councilwoman Gomez, to Instacart, and to Uber Eats, advising of the possible using of the city logo. He can write the word. That's why he went to school. That's my, and to notify the public somehow. You're not getting out of this so easy. I'll let Mr. Metzler figure out how we're going to notify the public that any misuse of the city seal by any council member is not an endorsement of the city.
And that's already in our policy manual, so certainly we can make the public aware of that.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I would like to amend it to add language that there's to be a cease and desist on using the logo on privately produced cards or literature. Okay, so first we're dealing with the amendment. Is there a second on the amendment?
Second.
Okay, we have a second on the amendment. And any discussion on the amended language? Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
So now we have approved the amendment. It now becomes part of the main motion. We have a first on the main motion as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second discussion on the main motion as amended.
No discussion.
Anyone else?
No.
Okay, hearing none, Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Thank you. Okay, so the council has given various directions to both the city attorney and the city manager with regard to the information that we received on activities conducted, perhaps conducted by Councilmember Gomez. All right, we're now going to move on to item number 20. This is City Manager Reports. Mr. Metzler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Do have a few items to report on the recreation side. Our summer program registration is now open, and the recreation staff has put together a number of class opportunities for all ages. Some of those programs include dance, fitness, self-defense, music, just to name a few. We're also opening Doris Davies Pool right after Memorial Day for swim classes and open recreation swim. And all of those activities can be registered for online using our website. We are having a special event at the Victorville Library on May 4th. May the 4th be crafty, Star Wars themed crafts. Be a fun event. I'll be making paper lightsabers, Yoda hats, and some other things. That's actually May 4th, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. There's no cost associated with that. And then we do have another Shred Fest coming up, Shred Fest compost giveaway recycling event. That'll be this Saturday, May 6th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. That's all I have at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Metzler. All right, moving on to item 21. This is discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. Member Gomez.
Yes, I would like to have agendized the inspection of our parks that have chips in them. We've had several children with respiratory issues, and that is something that the city has not addressed in the several parks, and I would like to see that immediately for possible action and discussion.
On whether for the council to consider whether or not an inspection should go forward. Is that your request?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
All right, we have a first. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the motion dies.
That's it.
Thank you. Member Harriman.
Yep. I would like to agendize an item for discussion and possible action to request that I be able to participate in the League of California Cities, the Desert Mountain Division meeting. It's June 2nd in Mammoth.
And just to be clear, would that mean taking care of travel arrangements, etc.?
Correct.
All right. All right, we have a first and a second.
Madam Mayor, may I have an addendum to that?
If you'd like to amend it, sure.
Amendment, okay. To continue, not just this time, but him be a sub-alternate, I guess you would want to call it, for Southern California League of Cities and SCAG.
I don't know that we can do that pursuant to our policy manual, but I think that we can always seek, when this comes up annually, to permit him to do the travel related to it.
Okay. Then I'll rescind it.
Okay, thank you. We have a first and a second, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Anything further, Member Harriman?
Yeah, I'd like to change the, I'd like to put on the agenda a motion to change the residency requirement, the change of residency to 30 days from 60 days, to amend it from 60 to 30.
Okay, we have a first. And when would you like that on the agenda, Member Harriman?
Next meeting.
All right, thank you.
Is this where we also put the numbers on?
Okay, we have a motion. Does Mayor Pro Tem wish to amend it?
Miss, to amend it, please.
Okay, and what would you like added?
Also, that the house numbers have to be added and not redacted.
All right, thank you. So on the amendment, we have a first. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second on the amendment. Discussion on the amended language.
No discussion.
No discussion.
Hearing no discussion on the amendment.
Yes, I would like to make.
Yes, Member Gomez.
Yes. So it's a lot of targeting going on here. I don't know how you guys know the address were redacted unless you personally ask.
Member Gomez, it's inappropriate to assume.
So thank you for letting me speak.
Member Gomez, that was inappropriate. Yield to the chair, please. All right, Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez?
No.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yes.
Councilmember Irving? Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Okay, so now we have approved amended language. We're now back at the main motion as amended. I believe we had a first, we need a second on the.
Second.
Oh, right, we have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, the vote, please.
Councilmember Gomez,
No.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes,
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
thank you. Anything further?
I have nothing.
All right, Member Irving.
I don't have any.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing.
Okay, and I have one item, and it's timely, and I want to make sure that I preface this before I request this to be placed on the agenda, that I know that our staff works very hard. So with that said, I am requesting an item at the soonest possible meeting for discussion and possible action, wherein the staff brings to us a plan for ceremonial recognitions so that they're elevated in appearance such that they better reflect the of Victorville within our region. So this would really, include things as, samples of all recognition types and a proposed revision to our policy and procedures manual. Is there a second? We have a first and a second. Madam, any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, and so again, we can't turn this into an item. It can only be clarification as to the motion.
Yes. So you said you want to bring something as staff to change or elevate the ceremonial aspect for the city of Victorville. Are you looking for something clean, or just when you say ceremonial elevation, what is an elevation? Just bring it up a notch?
Elevate the look.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, Madam Clerk, vote please.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harriman,
Yes.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to move on to item number 22. This is our final item this evening. It's reports from council members. We're going to begin with you, Member Gomez.
Yes, so typically it's the same norm. To me, it's a norm because I spend a lot of time out in the community, in various areas of the community. And a lot of you have already seen me door knocking, or I'll be walking up to your step, or whether we're in the grocery store. And my role as a council member is even inclusive of going with people to support them in hospitals, going to the court systems, understanding there's different levels that the community need help. And I continue to do that because that's my passion. No one tells me how to do my job. I've made my job just as if I would want to be represented in such a fashion. So I continue to do that. So I appreciate the members that are here, whether they're Spanish speakers or non-Spanish speakers or American Sign Language, which is something that I've been gifted with, serving a lot of marginalized communities. And that's my consistent role that I do. I go to colleges, universities, and in my role and my capacity to be able to help others. I don't laud that I'm a council member because I think that really is shaming that I belong to a city of Victorville. The logo, it's shameful for me to have that logo because I don't represent what that city represents. But I was elected by the city of Victorville and its membership, not by the logo. So I don't take pride in that logo, and I make sure that when I introduce myself, my name is Blanca Gomez, and that's how I introduce myself because I don't like that people would think of someone of a title, and that's something that I want to consistently keep breaking away from. A title. I'm just a person just like you. You can have my seat. And I continue, like I said, to do a lot of the door knocking. And to me, it's just normal what I'm saying, but many may not still be aware of it because I haven't met you yet. But that's those are my duties. I don't have to be appointed to a committee. I'll just sit, watch, and record. So that's my role as a member and as a member of the public.
Thank you, Member Gomez. Member Harriman.
Just looking forward to May 20th. Susan's put a lot of work into the ceremony that we're going to have at the bridge. I'm really looking forward to that. I believe the mayor is going to have a car there. I'm going to have a car there. She's going to have 2 cars. But really looking forward to that, as the whole Victor Valley is. So I'm sure that'll be a big sigh of relief out of everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, city manager, Mr. City Manager.
Member Irving. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
to go along with somebody just said. To be embarrassed of that seal is to be embarrassed of this city. That seal has been a part of this city since it incorporated. You don't like it? Move. Odette, I'm not.
I know, I gave the member latitude, yeah.
To everybody else who thinks and says about our city, come to our city council meetings. Call the city manager's office and let them know the issues you're having. Quit saying that no one's listening to me. Quit saying that no one helps me. We are here to help everybody as council members, from the city manager all the way down to our parks division. So quit buying into the BS.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, so the chair has given a lot of latitude in the last few meetings about the intent, you know, on this item, because I think that there are times when we need to be able to do more than just give reports on our activities related to the city. And I especially do that because we do have a council member has not been appointed to any outside committees, and that was, of course, at the will of the council. That said, I'm happy to tell you that we have a new general manager at the Mojave Water Agency, and looking forward to him coming on board. I attended the San Bernardino County Mountain Desert Policy Committee meeting. I attended as an alternate. I was there with Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Metzler on the League of California Cities Desert Mountain Division meeting. I attended the National Crime Victims' Rights Memorial at Victor Valley College last Wednesday. I attended the ribbon cutting for United Pacific Rocket, and Mayor Pro Tem, I understand you're going to be attending the next one in my stead.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I thank you in advance. And I also attended, and I don't normally spell this out, but because I had the good pleasure of attending, and Mayor Pro Tem was there as well, a celebration of high school seniors at Silverado High School that are going to be attending Victor Valley College. So that was a fun time. So with all of that said, everyone, thank you it's been a little bit of a difficult meeting, but we got through some tough subjects, and thank you everyone for your hard work. That concludes our business for this meeting, and as a matter of housekeeping, all council members, staff, and audience members will kindly vacate council chambers and City Hall within 10 minutes. That's 9:43, so that these facilities may be cleaned and secured for the evening. Members of the public are not permitted behind the dais. This meeting is adjourned.